Another headline, another crisis, another trend. Welcome to the show. Back when the color bars lit up the screen, back when test cards and teletext were all we'd read, late night radio and cassette dreams, mixtape spinning through the laser beams, then the signal changed and the world moved fast, 1 foot in the future, 1 foot in the past, every minute brings another wave, another headline, another craze. Through the noise and through the spin, rational minds are listening. Bird and edge breaking through the noise. ENDtv. Bird and edge breaking through the noise in a different way. No script, no disguise. Unreal, no compromise. One more signal on the airwaves. 1,000 stories moving through the air. Some disappear and some go everywhere. Every question leads to something new. Every picture shows a different view. Through the static and the endless streams. ENDstream. Looking for the things that still feel real. Every chapter, every twist and turn. Another chance to watch and learn. Change the channel, change the view, change the channel. Something new for the restless, for the skeptical, for the fed up, for the frustrated, for everyone asking, what the hell is going on? Fuck off. Another headline, another mystery, another signal on the airwaves. This is the end.
Welcome everyone to ENDtv's CHILLstream. I am Bird and this is
Edge.
so
Welcome, everyone.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, we're gonna get into that, but this is our more relaxed stream from the week. I'll be joining Edge now solely on the CHILLstream. We'll get into that briefly, and this is unscripted. We just have a few things that we want to go over. It's relaxed, so we're going to sit down, discuss some stories, ideas, questions that we found interesting throughout the week. It's less headliney, newsy, and it's more conversation based. So grab yourself a drink. It's the weekend, and join us. And type in the chat. We're interested to hear your views and thoughts, and join in the discussion too. And yeah, we stream simultaneously across YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. You'll find Edge every Wednesday now, correct, at 5 p.m. Central European Time, streaming the regular ENDtv. And the chill stream will probably be maybe every 2 weeks. So always around the Saturday, we're testing this out and seeing how this works. And you'll find all the links in the description, as was posted in the chat earlier. Also across all social media, you can follow us on X. We're being more active on X. If you want to see some witty comebacks and sarcastic remarks as replies to some of the things being posted there, you follow us. We're on Instagram too, where you'll catch some of our shorts, YouTube shorts as well. We post once a day throughout the week. And of course, join us in our community, which we're still trying to, develop and build on Discord. So subscribe if you haven't, share, hopefully like by the end of it, or who knows, let us know. And just as a reminder, Edge, you want to mention, we're independent, self-funded project, and we rely on our audience rather than advertising and monetization. So that means that the algorithm can make reaching new viewers difficult, but your support genuinely helps us continue producing original content. We're going to just slowly get into about what's coming up with ENDtv and stuff like that. So, Edge, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you. How are you? I'm actually looking forward to this to this chill stream. We're calling it the chill stream because it's a more relaxed version of our end stream. For the end stream, we usually talk about global events. We don't call it news or anything like that because we're not boring. And but we wanted to give our own take of exchanging ideas, what's going on, on a more humane level, instead of reporting on stuff like boring reporters, scripted CNN, BBC, CNBC, Associated Press, all these news outlets where everything is so concentrated. And we just wanted to give our own take on what we think is actually interesting and not the usual BS that's spread everywhere. We want to make this interesting. We want to share cool stories, real stories, humanistic aspects as usual, so stuff about culture, stuff about aliens, robots, AI. We have a lot going on, and we'd like to share our own views and be critical of stuff, while also not taking the side of bullshitters. So yeah.
As an applause there. Well, I just wanted to give a bit of a breakdown of what people maybe can expect, because we've always been, both me and Edge are kind of the main faces here for ENDtv. And, we're still young and we've just started. I think now we're more or less more than a year old now, and it's been a long trudge and battle, but it's been fun too. And there's a lot of times that we've been saying, okay, we're gonna start this, and it didn't work out, and it's because we're really a small net of people. We have a really cool but small team behind us that are obviously helping us out at the same time. We, myself, and also Edge do a lot. So, but we have to also give a lot of props and credit to the people also behind the scenes doing a lot of all the other work as well. And what we're hoping is, like I mentioned before, every Wednesday now, so that'll be 5 p.m. Central European Time. That's 4 p.m. UK time, and it'll be 11 a.m. US Eastern time. That's Edge, who hosts the stream now. And
so on Wednesdays I kind of take over and I share what is going on in the world. I talk a lot about corruption and stuff I'm pretty fed up with, to be honest, especially the EU, because there are so many laws, it's nonsensical. I was thinking about it before this chill stream, and I was thinking, my mind is supposed to be on this chill stream, which is more relaxed, and yet my mind was on these, I can't say the F word so early on this chill stream, but I was thinking about like the EU and like all these like constraints about like the like monitoring all these chats, like introducing the digital euro for our benefit. Like, come on now, like all this stuff about kids and all this stuff. It's like, don't they have anything better to do? Like all this like money going wasted, like regarding energy and like.
Oh, we're gonna get all into that.
Oh man, yeah,
So
we're gonna get into that, but I want to talk about like cool stuff and chill stuff as well. As
no, this is a lot.
I'm sick and tired of like Queen Ursula and her gang.
Well, I just thought like we'll see how we feel about it, but like we can go. My thought is that there's a few like new things that just came up because I was scouring the X feed. For those not familiar, it's the for those it's not familiar, it's
wait, pause. 1 sec. I heard you twice, like an echo.
Yeah, that was my mistake because I actually was just checking.
Down.
I was checking our stream to see if it was okay. No, all good. Yeah, cool. That's funny how it actually plays everything from my system. But anyway, so yeah, and what I want to also mention is, like I said, as before, the CHILLstream is going to be hosted by both of us. Hopefully, if this is successful, we're trying to see if we catch more people who maybe just want to take, after they've been out and they're just taking, trying to chill out and stuff, and they just want to join us for the ride. And this will be hopefully around 10 o'clock on Saturdays, Central European time, 9 o'clock UK time, and then that's about 4 p.m.-ish US Eastern Standard Time. And so, yeah, so that those will be like twice a month, so every second week. And then we are going to return to having our original ENDtv reports and videos being posted. Those will, expect some interesting topics. We have, like, just to give you an idea, something along the lines of healthcare, or is it a scam? The business of fear, is revolution brewing? Is algorithm rewriting culture? Are we losing our humanity? Also, there's a big report coming out about what were the latest recent updates on the Epstein files, which not much has been covered on this right now. Mm-hmm. And other topics. So we have quite a few that we want to like cover in regards to why is education failing and why is everything now a conspiracy too, and much more. So our goal is simple: produce thoughtful, balanced, engaging content that asks better questions and challenges assumptions and explores the issues that matter long after the headlines have disappeared. So, post your views below. We also like viewer interaction. So, and without further ado, I guess we can just like get right into it. I mean, how's the heat there? You're still contending.
Terrible. It's terrible. I have the air conditioning on, trying to survive.
Yeah,
trying to survive. For some reason, it's like constant heat at nighttime as well, and it's just like doing my head in. I just want to like give a small disclaimer, like before we give the rundown on all the interesting news that we give, is that everybody's attention is on the World Cup at the moment. Tomorrow is the final. Today, like in an hour or something, or in a couple of hours, they're playing for like third place, England, France. Tomorrow is like Spain and against Argentina. Both great teams. For some reason, I think Argentina is the underdog, and they have Messi.
I mean, I think Argentina is more than the underdog. I mean,
exactly.
They're more likely to win, being the like. I don't know. I haven't really been following this much because it's conveniently been a distraction. Whilst
to be honest, Argentina had a lot of close calls in the past like 3 or 4 games. So. I mean, in the last game, they scored an equalizer at the 85th minute. But anyway, let's get into the news. Let's get into, or should I say, the current events, because we don't.
Oh, yeah, there's something I want to bring up. Yeah, there's something that's, I think this is relevant to, like, also us being, like, small creators. So this is a video from a creator called Beardo Gets Scared, and I just saw there's not been enough actually talking about this, interestingly enough, and we'll I mean, I wanted to. You haven't heard anything about this, right?
I don't know anything about this. This is like brand new to me. I haven't even looked at this the thing that we prepare.
Okay. Well, just a very quick summary. It's the UK government consulting on proposals that could require platforms such as YouTube, TikTok, etc., Meta, to make public service media. These are like the big corporation brands like BBC, ITV, Channel 4, potentially other trusted news providers more discoverable on digital platforms. So it's not only that they're already giving precedence already, the big corporations on YouTube and stuff, but it's to give them even more. And so the government says this objective is to improve access to trusted journalism, where we heard that before, and counter misinformation as audiences move away from traditional television. I mean, so I wanted us to discuss a bit about that in relation to us as well, but I'll show you let me, give me a sec. I'm going to share and I'll play it a little bit because it's 12 minutes, but we can, hold on.
Yeah, sure. A bit of it.
All right, here we go.
This message landed in my YouTube studio yesterday, and honestly, it's caught me completely off guard. So, according to YouTube, proposed UK legislation could fundamentally change how videos are discovered by forcing platforms to give traditional broadcasters priority. Traditional broadcasters being the BBC, ITV, Channel 4, the guys with massive budgets. Now, it's not our fault that people are not watching TV anymore. Times are changing, but
that's a very specific point there. Times are changing. They've been changing for a long while, and this is, again, I feel, anti-competitive in many ways, which is ironic because people would argue that this is this would be like, this is a sign of capitalism against a little guy, but actually this is anti-capitalist because if you do believe in the free market, you believe that those who are bringing something fresh and new to the table are being strangled by big corporations. So that's corporatism. But
legislation, in other words, law, to make sure that they get priority on YouTube, social media. And this isn't just for YouTube. This will be YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Rumble, whatever. Whatever your primary source of viewing is, that you get to choose what you watch. The UK government are trying to make it so that you see what they want you to see first. What that means is this isn't even about content creation. This is about what you, the viewer, gets shown. So we're going to take a look at this. We're going to take emotion out of it because I was a little bit angry when this landed in my inbox of YouTube Studio. So obviously I've not got the lights on, I've not got anything running, no music, anything. Let's just get straight into this because I think this could be really, really dangerous. And I think this could be...
I think the concerning thing is nobody's really talking about this. It's kind of wild. Yeah. It's like, I came across this by chance, and it's just... And I know it's the UK, but this is actually effectively, it's like the testing ground, I would say, because you know how it is. The moment this flies there, it's going to be the EU, it's going to be the US, it's going to be. This is exactly what like Hollywood, the big media corporations. This is what they want. They've always been vying for dominance, and it's ironic that these are the same like. Whatever you want to call them, companies, corporations, who used to attack YouTube and mock and devalue it as a platform, as well as social media. They they always the claims of like, wow, you shouldn't get your news from social media and stuff, because that's what everyone's diverted their attention. Even I know from my parents' generation, the majority of their generation, I'm sure you can attest to that too.
Yeah,
they're getting their news and information from social media. They're getting it from Facebook. They're getting Should I continue it a bit more? Or?
I just want to say something like before we continue. Is that like before social media, there was only like traditional mainstream media. There was like BBC, CNN, like a few like news outlets, and like they created the narrative. And we also know like from history, like whoever won wars like writes the story or writes the narrative and everything. And this is like extremely dangerous because okay, there was mainstream media and then there was social media, but social media was the everyday person, like sharing stories, what is going on, like discussing about stuff. But as soon as like mainstream media, because mainstream media is getting less let's say viewership or credibility. Like on BBC, like people don't give a fuck about BBC anymore because I'll tell you what, you watch BBC and they tell the same like 3 or 5 stories again and again and again. It's like the same people like saying the same shit again, like for 5 hours straight.
Yeah.
And it's like, who gives a shit about this?
Yeah. Yeah.
So people are turning to X, turning to Instagram, turning to TikTok, and turning to these like crazy channels like on social media to get the real story from this, to get real story from like other countries, from Iran, from Russia, from like who knows what other countries.
Yeah.
And like to get the real story, like what, like the humanistic aspect of these stories. And people are fed up with mainstream media, and mainstream media knows about, like, mainstream news outlets know about this, and they want to fuck up social media by being on them because they know they're losing viewership. They know that the future is not on TV anymore; it's on the internet.
It's interesting also bringing this up because you have you raise a valid point here, and it's the thing that I always bring up. This is ridiculous because there's a, you know, as usual, like when the market is showing a different you know, direction, so people are switching off. They have been and turning off from like mainstream media for a while because of just the agenda, the way that they're pushing agendas and the special interests involved. It doesn't matter from which perspective you are. You know, for the longest time, CNN was very left-leaning and Fox is very right-leaning.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. The point is, it's creating that same thing that they're generating also, or in some cases on social media in a different capacity, these sort of echo chambers. So it's locking you in constantly in this framework, which is actually the real matrix, not the one that Andrew Tate keeps babbling about. But this is the real matrix that people are getting locked into. This illusion that everything is going to be, you know, I'm a right winger. I'm a right winger from the United States of America, freedom and the patriot all the way. And let me tell you something, those goddamn aliens ain't coming over here. That's right. So everything I'm gonna watch, I'm gonna listen to, I'm gonna have myself a bit of Tucker Carlson, and you know, I just everything that basically confirms my opinions, and I don't get any other perspective. And right now, and we're gonna get into it too. Right now, you know, communism it's coming back. We got a fat world communism. And then if you're on the left, right? So it's the same thing. It's like, oh, you know, everyone is Hitler. Everybody is, you know, everything is going to be massacred. Yeah, they're coming to kill you. They're coming to kill you. Oh my God, Henny Penny, the sky is falling. So this is the trouble. And then they all and there's no nuance. There's no rationalism. There's no perspective. And
Exactly.
to give an example, ironically, this is happening in the United Kingdom, but you remember RT, and RT is basically the Russian broadcasting media.
Oh,
company.
I remember, like with Max Kaiser.
Right.
Kaiser
He has a job where he was I think he still does presenting markets and
they didn't, like the West at least, like didn't want him to be so prominent because he was like very for Bitcoin, for silver, for these things.
No. RT is a Russian.
RT was, but like the West didn't want, which was with the bankers.
Well, that is one thing, but it's also, you know, RT being the Russian because of a Russian. It has a connection to Russia. Yeah. So European Union, the EU prohibited the broadcasting and distribution of RT. And Sputnik, that's another media company from Russia, across the bloc in 2022 under sanctions. So they were kicked out. And the UK, RT's broadcast license was revoked by Ofcom in March 2022. And so what leg do they have to stand on? And so this is the thing. I always said, you might not want to agree with like the Iranian press TV or the Chinese, I think it's called CCC TV or something. Like, you don't have to agree with them. But the thing is, the moment that you like ban those things, you have no leg to stand on if you're trying to say that you want to have priority, like for your own. Like, this is the biggest double standard ever. Like,
to be honest,
you don't get the perspective. Like, so we don't know what's going on, you know, like, so anyway.
I completely agree with you. And that censorship is not the way forward. And we knew that, like, from World War II, when like a certain like I'll just say it, the Nazi party was like burning books and everything, like censoring people and all this stuff. It is not the way forward. Like, you do not censor people even if you disagree with them. As soon as you censor other people, like, you're in the wrong.
Exactly.
Because you restrict people from like being able to hear other thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only that. YouTube also, RT channels were removed globally. Also, there's a global ban of RT and other Russian media since 2024 across Meta. TikTok has restricted RT in the EU. I mean, like, so.
Yeah,
but anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just showing the double.
Like, to be honest with you, I was watching RT
Really
like
bad.
back in the day.
Sorry. But I accidentally clicked it.
Sorry. I was watching RT like back in the day because it was like one of the channels where I live, and it was okay. It was in English. It wasn't like pro like Russia or anything like that. It was talking about like global news, like what is going on, and I just found it really weird, like this whole censorship stuff. Like,
yeah.
I just found it kind of restricting. Like, I was watching the Kaiser report, to be honest. Like, Max Kaiser was like going against these globalists and these bankers, and he was saying that all these like corrupt people are scum and everything like that. And who wouldn't agree with like such a person, to be honest? Like, he's American, but he found this outlet to speak on, which was the Russian outlet, because it wasn't like from the States, it wasn't from England or anything like that, because they wouldn't give him a platform to speak on. But he found this platform that was
was on, I forget what British,
was from a different one,
American channel thing, but that was way back. But yeah, and the thing is, like
Stacey Herbert,
yeah, I think the problem here is that regardless, I mean, we're steering a bit away from the other issue here that the Beardo was talking about, but I just wanted to bring up also like what you said. It's like, regardless if RT is Russian state-funded media, the BBC is British state-funded media, and one can say the same about Fox and CNN being American state-funded media. We know that there's direct intelligence connections to these. I mean, they get jobs. Ex-intelligence agents are getting jobs. Pete Hegseth was on Fox, and like, so don't come to me and try. Or well, no, it's not. Don't come to me. Don't tell us, because people are wising up to this, and they're done. They're done with the propaganda. You can't say that one's propaganda and the other one. And now going back to the original point here, they just want to dominate the airwaves. They can't compete. This is the same, you remember Napster and stuff. They can't compete. They can't. They want to just crush any independent thought, any alternative voices, actual alternative voices, and they just want to dominate. It's the same what Hollywood is trying to do. It's the same with all of these bastards. They just want to do this, and they don't get that the people are tired. They're fed up with them, and they've thrown them into the waste basket of history. Legacy media is dead. Nobody cares anymore. They're done. And anybody who still watches that crap, all right, they're going to adapt it to suit whatever market status quo crap that they think are going to drive views. It's always been the case. They have no consistency, no interest in actually providing the news or informing the public or telling the truth. They just want to get reactions, and they just want to get engagement. So that's it.
I especially think that's the case for millennials onwards, that, people don't buy this like BS from mainstream media.
The platform.
Sorry. Yeah, every time I click on the window, it clicks on this. I'm not used to Opera. Well, I don't know if we should continue a bit more. But what are your thoughts? Because like, we're ENDtv and we're trying to
I just think that mainstream media is like trying to find a way to survive, and that's a way through social media. But I don't think that's the case. And I mean, even if they're on social media, if they're on 24 hours a day, nobody gives a crap anymore. Like, nobody's gonna believe them.
I mean, here, like, you see, this is from the Gov UK, and it's actually plans for prominence of trusted news sources on social media alongside measures to reform public service media in the UK.
I find it hilarious that they use the word reform, which is Nigel Farage's word, like in Nigel Farage's party.
Yeah. But that word hasn't meant anything whenever they talk about, like, politicians say, we need more reform. We need more reform. It's like, reform what? Reform yourself, mofo, before you talk about reform. But yeah, reform of the UK's public service media system to ensure it delivers for the public and give BBC, ITV, Channel 4, it's called 5 now, I thought it was Channel 5, and others more flexibility to attract audiences online. Yeah, so here we go. It's basically, this is what's happening. And this is the important part. There has been a shift in how people consume news, with figures from Ofcom showing that social media services remain the main way to access news for 3/4 of all young people aged 16 to 24. More than half of adults in the UK now include social media as one of the ways they get updates. While this allows access to a greater range of news from around the world, it increases the risk of mis and disinformation. By whose standards? Because you same bastards were the ones who lied during COVID. Oh, people forget that one. Whoopsie. Wait, where's the, like, what? Didn't play. What happened about that? Everyone has amnesia until about 3 years that just blipped out of existence. So what about all the lies? Yeah. What about all the lies that you guys said about that, huh? I forgot. Yeah. And not only that, what about the war in Iraq? What about those lies? What about what about the current ongoings with Palestine? What about those lies that you're not revealing? What about Iran currently going on right now? What about those lies? That's why people don't buy your crap no more, because you're just a propaganda channel. That's the reality. So get the hell out of here. And this is the thing. They constantly, and this will affect all of us. This will affect all of us, because in the end, it's going to hurt the small guy, right? That's the thing.
We also have an article over here from The Guardian. UK plans to give established media more visibility on YouTube and TikTok. The same topic. And yeah, it's basically saying plans to hand established broadcasters and media companies greater prominence on digital platforms. YouTube and TikTok have been unveiled. As ministers warned, online misinformation risk becoming existential for our democracy. It's all like for our democracy.
Yeah, it's the buzzword again. Where it's for democracy. We don't have them anymore, do we? We used to have a good old Socrates. He's gone now. Good old democracy. Anyway, this is currently a public consultation. It's not law, but if adopted, it's going to become one of the first countries to explicitly explore extending media prominence rules beyond television into social media and video platforms. So this is dangerous in my view. I agree with Beardo. Check out his video. His video is Beardo Gets Scared. And he talks about, and there's not enough YouTubers talking about this, because the problem is everybody's so disconnected right now about what's going on. Everyone's just hustling and chasing the money or chasing the views and everything. And nobody's actually realizing that this is changing the landscape of like what's going to be the stuff that you can view and consume. And people are not recognizing that. So
I also want to say something about the danger of this. Is that social media was more about like the everyday person, like talking about stuff. It wasn't people or companies with interest pushing stuff through social media.
Before the advertisers came in, it changed the whole thing.
Exactly. Advertisers and also special interests, like political groups who are lobbied, like financed by the military-industrial complex, who have like special interests, who like through deals under the table influence politicians and influence who's gonna have greater outcomes and stuff like that.
This I think
a bit forward.
This I think was they caught wind of this in particular back when Twitter was Twitter. And this was during 2009, I believe. And that was the Green Movement, when Iranian authorities, but ironically enough, because it was actually about Iran, authorities and the Basij militia launched a website for a Center for Investigation of Organized Crime. But it's more. I'm going back to like 2009, the Green Movement. This was the period leading into the Arab Spring era, which was and what's interesting is multiple people, this Center for Investigation of Organized Crime, they uploaded photographs and video stills of protesters and red circles around their faces. And anyway, a lot of people had access to Twitter from Iran, and they were posting, and this became world news because nobody was actually talking about this before. Actual people on the ground were showing like what they were doing against students and what they were doing against regular protesters, and this blew up. And this was the biggest thing ever. This was like the first instance where Twitter became actually more powerful. I think it was even mentioned, it became more powerful than the news.
Wow.
And I think that's what all these bastards saw. And they then latched onto that, like you said, Edge. They jumped onto that. So, and since then, you know, this is why social media has become a platform completely exploited for the attention of whoever they can get. And,
exactly. I think mainstream media is basically like shaking in their boots that they won't have any momentum, and they absolutely are desperate for a way to cling on to some integrity.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Should we
Shall
just
move on to like the next topic?
Yeah, we kind of ranted on about this. So it doesn't matter. We have
quite a while. But it is important, to be honest.
So there's been a couple of things that have popped up recent of, I know it's like kind of like headline-y stuff, but it's like there's been the case of like Zelensky, who has removed Defense Minister Fedorov, and who this defense minister was widely credited with advancing Ukraine's drone warfare capabilities, and this has triggered loads of protests in Kiev and other cities.
I think I read about that. Was it the prime minister that he removed, or was it the defense minister?
No, defense minister. I've got
because I think he also removed the prime minister. I think he's like the president, but he removed. Let me just check this. Zelensky.
Here, I got a minute. Should I share that? Meanwhile, I'll just share it quickly. Hold on. Where is it?
Yeah, I think Zelensky is basically reshuffling the entire government, to be honest. He's like moving people all over the place.
Check this out. This has just happened literally a day ago. This has been blowing up. So.
Protests have been taking place in Kiev and other Ukrainian cities after President Zelensky sacked his popular young defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov. The deputy head of Ukraine's Air Force and two key defense ministry advisors have resigned in protest. The unrest happened as Sir Keir Starmer visited Kiev for the final time as prime minister. And
that was actually the hilarious. That's the last thing he does, right, when he resigns, is to go visit Ukraine. I wonder why. Anyway,
what's the point of that? Like, I understand, like, when it all started, this conflict thing, like Boris Johnson was like the head figure. In fact, they were going to make statues of him in Ukraine. In fact, they were talking about him being like the next Ukraine's president or something.
God, he'd love that, right?
Yes, like that. Because I think he was the first in support of Ukraine. And now we have like Keir Starmer, who already resigned like ages ago, and yet he has to go to Ukraine. Like,
well, he on his trip, he wanted to commit to funding, to funds to assist or aid in the war effort there. So that's why he went. But
was awarded Ukraine's highest honor, the Order of Freedom. Paul Adams has the latest.
A Kiev square echoing to the sound of the ousted minister's name. Shame, shame, they chant. Young Ukrainians are furious at the sacking of a man they credit with helping to turn the tide of the war.
It's a decisive time for our country, and we really need to show up and show to our president that we really support our Minister of Defense.
We have an advantage right now in terms of like deep strikes, in terms of unmanned systems, and I feel that the person responsible for that is Fedorov. So why is he is losing his job?
This is where we are killed.
I met Mikhailo Fedorov last year. As Minister of Digital Transformation, he was already developing innovative ways to fight Russia, including the decisive use of drones in the air, on land and at sea. Drones, he says, now account for 95% of all Russian casualties. But since becoming defense minister earlier this year, he's run into obstacles. Ukraine's military establishment, he says, unwilling to adapt. It's put him at loggerheads with the country's powerful military chief, Alexander Syrskyi.
We've run into the fact that all the initiatives we propose have started to be blocked. And Syrskyi, given all the problems we've discussed today, is not ready to speak openly about these issues face to face.
All right. I think it's a very interesting video, to be honest. It's showing that Zelensky wants to sack this guy, and in fact, he was key, like he was on the offense, to be honest, as far as I understand this. Like, what's up with that? What do you think? Okay, I can't hear sound for some reason. Now I can. Put the volume up. Volume, your volume up. Okay, stop, because I can't hear you. Are your faders up?
Oh yeah. That's a lot of people, basically.
Yeah. So all these people were protesting against Zelensky. Is that correct? This is my
understanding. They're protesting against the government and against him for sacking Fedorov, who apparently was doing a good job. You'd think, though, that Zelensky, he's been going on that world tour asking for like more and more donations and weapons and God knows what else, right? You'd think that Fedorov, who supposedly, he's meant to be doing a good job.
Yeah.
Why would he sack him? It doesn't really make sense. So it just shows, at the end of the day, what's really at heart here. It's the fact that Zelensky doesn't give two rats' asses about his people. He never did.
Is it me, or does it look like Zelensky wants to prolong like the war a bit longer?
It satisfies his interest, doesn't it? Because like he I'm just wondering where all that money is going. Because I'm sure the Ukrainian people are wondering that too.
If I'm not mistaken, as long as the war continues, that he can't be replaced.
Well, because it's like kind of like when you're in a wartime situation, you can declare martial law, and so you can cancel elections. And that's actually been an issue of contention with some people who are highly critical of Zelensky from Ukraine as well, by the way. Some politicians, because they're demanding that he reopen elections because they're just fed up with him. And the people also, we reported on this, that like more than at least 50 at the time it was like 50% of the population of Ukrainians were sick and tired of Zelensky, and they were just tired of the war. They wanted it to end. So it just feels like, okay, so what's going on here?
Yeah,
kind of feels like there's something happening, because at the same time there's also all this, saber rousing coming from Poland all of a sudden, declaring how Russia is going to invade Europe and invade Poland all of a sudden. You know what I mean? So it does kind of coincide with that. And I wonder, what are their plans? Because we know that the European Union under Queen Ursula is developing their military industrial complex, which, by the way, isn't going too well right now because Ursula is under fire again. But, it seems convenient, right? So what's and then also at the same time, the EU is considering Ukraine to join, right? Like there is this thing that's in here now. It's just hilarious. What are you showing here?
Yeah, I was just showing the same video. I was just like increasing the size of the views and the comments. I mean, look at her. Look at Queen Ursula with all these like skulls and stuff and all this stuff. I mean,
anyway, that was, and as you saw, it was Starmer's final Ukraine visit. He's getting a lot of backlash currently. He wanted to give one last pledge to Ukraine despite leaving office and facing criticism. This is also on the onset of England losing and getting kicked out of the World Cup. So it's like the UK isn't doing too well right now. They're a bit peeved.
No, not good.
And then meanwhile, you got Mertz's Germany's strategic pivot. I'm just going to run through these so we can get them done and over with. But so Merz says Washington, Beijing, and Moscow are no longer reliable. Do you have the link? I think it's not the there's the Twitter.
Merz comments. Is that it?
Show the X one. That's the best one because that has the video. But he's basically he says he urges Germans not to rely. Oh, this was he's saying it's no longer reliable as Berlin and Paris push for greater European military autonomy, and he urges Germans not to rely solely on social media, but to look to the federal government for information. Yeah, we can play the audio maybe.
Unerlässlich in einer Zeit, in der Russland unsere Sicherheit bedroht, in der die Volksrepublik China unsere Wirtschaft herausfordert und in der die transatlantische Partnerschaft an Selbstverständlichkeit verloren hat. Unsere Arbeit.
All right, well.
They're basically saying that. So he's basically saying that. Hold on a second. Let me get this sorted. What he's saying is essentially that Russia is challenging their security, China is challenging their economy, and America is no longer dependable. USA is no longer dependable. He said America, and it raises the broader question about, this is what he's presenting, that it's questions about trust, state messaging, and also who should define what constitutes reliable information in this digital age? Because he's also demanding that Germans do not rely on social media for information too. He's pushing for this. Because there's also that whole, what is it called? There's also the chat control situation going on, which, by the way, they pushed through that vote. I think you mentioned it in the last end stream. They pushed through that vote conveniently. I pushed through the vote, but nobody really voted, right? Or they did vote, but they didn't care about what that vote. The outcome.
Are you talking about chat control? Or
yeah, so because Merz is also complaining about, like, not complaining, but he was saying in that when he met with Macron, he was also talking about how Germans should not rely on social media, but to look to federal government for information. We should look to federal government, the same federal governments that basically screwed us all over during COVID. I'm going to keep bringing that up because it's the facts. They screwed it up. So there you go. And also, wait, last time I checked, weren't they the ones doing big business of China and allowing Chinese to come into the European Union and buy up all those factories and the coastline and everything? That was the government. That wasn't random independent business people. So what are they talking about? I don't know. But
I just want to give a very quick rant about all of this, and that this week the EU enforced chat control, which means that the EU can monitor everybody's social media, and yet the politicians in the EU and all these politicians all over Europe have like political asylum, so they are immune to anything. And also they also introduced the digital euro and saying they're not replacing cash immediately, that there will still be cash at the start. And it just seems a bit Orwellian, all of this. It's like, why are you monitoring all chats? Like, why are you also deterring Binance and other crypto companies in Europe? And
they want the monopoly of control. That's why they want to control.
Exactly. It's all with the banks. It's all like with.
Yeah. the tides
interlink, like special interests,
and they see people going against the grain, and they can't have that. And that's why you're also seeing. Yeah, we're just gonna finish this so we can get into the actual thick of stuff. As we got, where is it? Where is it? Here, check this out. We're entering a new era of McCarthyism. Hello, welcome to McCarthyism 2.0. We will stop communism. This is from the House, but this is the official House Republicans, right? I'm not making this up. When they say history repeats, hell, it does.
What are we in a Cold War?
The administration's been pushing this, and there's a reason why. Because
I just want to say something as well. Like, sorry to interrupt, but like communism, just for everybody like watching out there, was not just like from the USSR. Like communism was also like Chinese, like under Mao. It was also like in Spain, like with Franco, as far as I'm aware.
No, he was anti-communist. Franco was a phalangist.
Oh, yeah?
Different, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think you can maybe confusing with like the Central American form of communism that developed.
Okay,
like
my bad.
Cuba and Che Guevara, that sort of stuff, which was actually more based on Marxism. But anyway,
okay. All right, let's have a look.
I said it right. There you go. But everything else doesn't work. Always use the Red Scare. I mean, this is what's going, and I tell you why this is going on, because apparently, and I made a post about this. I don't know if you can find it in our post, but actually it got some track. I can find it myself. It's a notification. Yeah, if you click on the notifications, you'll find it. I made a post about this because
let me have a look.
It's so true. But this is all down. The reason that now they're going hard against communism is because, because Trump had a big announcement. He made this big show that he was going to do this big announcement on Thursday evening. And guess what it was? It was about this whole thing, which was the lead up to basically that they discovered there was an election interference, and it's the Chinese this time.
Oh, I saw about that.
That's why they're pushing this now. And I made a comment because I said, whoa, the 2016-2026 meme is real. Back in 2016, it was the Russian interference with the elections, and now it's the Chinese interference with the. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I don't know if you found it. Did you get it?
I found it just now. Yeah. I'll just share it.
But this is why exactly they're trying to push this narrative. I'll remove myself. Yeah, here.
To be honest, they always need like some sort of enemy or something like that.
No, this is all distraction, in my opinion. This is just distraction.
Was it this
because
one?
Because there's another thing going on, which we're gonna hit on anyway when we bring up science and tech. But it's like how the Chinese right now are dominating in the AI tech sector, and the United States aren't happy about that. And this is not me like cheerleading for. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Democrats back in 20 Russian interference. Yeah, there you go. It's literally like, well, you can't. It is a bad Hollywood script. You can't make this up. Like, what are we doing? But I'm not a cheerleader for the Chinese regime. But the reality is that they are having tech dominance right now, and they're also, this tech dominance is also it's tied in with Russia. Because of resources, etc., and stuff like this. So this is making the U.S. unhappy, and so what does the U.S. do? They got to go to this ridiculous tactic now, which is and the thing is, like, if you haven't woken up by now that this is a tactic, it's ridiculous. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some sort of. There's always going to be like election interference from God knows how many countries, Wakanda even. Who knows? But I mean who knows?
You just have to look at what is it, Ground News, which says which outlets are left or right or something, and it shows you like how all the outlets are like kind of buyed out from like one party or the other, and it's just insane like how biased everything is. And I also want to say that what was I going to say? I forgot about it. Sorry.
Game over.
Exactly. Game over.
Whilst you think of it, let me share this.
I had something in mind. I had something.
No, I'll remind you. This also has happening because in Canada they're having wildfires, across Ottawa. Serious issue. What does the President of the United States do? he threatens to slap Canada with tariffs. Like, this is madness.
Warning to the United Kingdom. American tech giants or face tariffs.
Vehicle service tax is the kind of nickname the tech tax or big tech tax.
You mean they're going to put a tax on basically American companies?
It's already there, sir.
Did you say the UK?
Yes, sir. They made $1.3 billion last year. So is that something you would kind of invest?
Oh, this is different. This is okay. I thought the video doesn't correspond. I don't know why, but yeah, he's literally announced that he's posting
putting tariffs on Canada.
Because Canada right now in Ottawa, well, not only Ottawa, but he's accusing Ottawa of willful negligence as very unhealthy wildfire smoke. I mean, they're having wildfires in the summer. This happens across certain countries. Like it happens in Spain, it happens in Portugal. Now, yes, there are cases where you think people. Wait, let me remove. It could be started by people, right? But in other cases, it's also because of the heat. It could be anything, So, what should Mexicans say to President Donald Trump for the LA wildfires? Should they also slap tariffs on President Trump?
Wild.
By saying that's negligence. And you know what Trump would probably say? He says, "That's not me. That's Newsom. It's those damn Democrats. It's not me." He just blamed the Democrats.
Doesn't make sense.
Anyway,
Does not make sense. Like, what is going on?
And finally, to end this case here, wait, oops, hold on. I'll play the video, don't worry. I'm just gonna
God.
This is Ursula, Queen Ursula, because she's back in the crosshairs again. So it's a woman rebelling, confronting alone the EU commissioner. She's saying 15,000 children have died and all you do is smile. I think this is in relation to basically to stop funding basically wars and conflicts going on. First of all, the ones ongoing, between, the ones with Palestinians and others in Ukraine.
Let's have it here. Let's see what she has to say.
She's also facing renewed criticism over democratic legitimacy. So that's also happening again, by the way. But okay.
She's unelected.
You're a war criminal.
15,000 children are dead. 15,000 children are dead from the line. 15,000, and all you do is laugh. I'm sorry. 1,000 people are dead because of you. You're a war criminal. You're a war criminal, and you're doing propaganda for the EU. You're talking about democracy and women's rights. This is not what the EU is about. You're a war criminal. Call for a ceasefire now. Call for a ceasefire. Free Palestine. You are.
So it's what I thought. Yeah, it's in relation to that. So yeah, there you go. I mean, she's facing a lot of criticism, and who's not surprised, seeing as she's done her world tours to promote militarization, and she continues to.
To be honest, I find this absolutely disgraceful. Like, if she had any integrity, she would take this woman who was accusing her and actually have a talk and see what the issue is and find some sort of understanding and try and resolve it or something like that. But these motherfuckers are in their own, she lives on her own planet, on her own world. She's just like Lagarde, all this makeup, all these scarves on her desk, all this cold, zombie look, and not give a shit about anyone. And I find it completely disrespectful.
I mean, they're above us. That's ultimately how they see everything. They see everything. They see everything as above us, I think. And then this is something I wanted you to check out and see what you think about this, because this is also interesting. Hold on a second. It's not a headline. It's actually a statement that I think we can get behind. But where the heck? I think it's this one. No, it's this one. Okay, check this out. I'm going to put the volume.
of a decaying society is the descent into utter absurdity. Like a country that changes heads of state every other year, or a whole block of countries that reacts to thousands of preventable heat deaths by pouring state funding into demonizing the solution. A country that arrests people for social media posts, but shows mercy to violent criminals. You get the gist. When a society reaches a state at which the people become cynical observers of their own downfall at the hands of comically destructive puppet rulers, then one of two things is going to happen. We know this because it has happened before. This is Rome in 69 AD. This year, Rome will have 4 emperors. Some of those emperors will rule a mere few months before their untimely replacement. It is, of course, impossible to rule a country, much less an empire, with mere months on the clock. It is fair to say.
Yeah.
Is that the UK? With all these like prime ministers replacing themselves.
The musical chairs. No, I think it's more of an analogy about the death of an empire, which is you could maybe say the West is an empire to some degree, and it's falling, and it basically what she's bringing up is just that she's using the reference of like, it's kind of like how we say history repeats, but it's not so much that it repeats, but it's often it rhymes. You know, like we're seeing similar traits, right? Ooh.
To be honest, like straight away when I saw this, I was thinking about the UK, Liz Truss.
She's in the news again recently too.
Like the other woman who was like prime minister, like Boris Johnson. All these people are like replacing. I think the UK had like, I don't know, 5 prime ministers at least, or 7, like in 5 years or something like that. Something ridiculous.
But that's what she's saying. Like right now, what's his name? Starmer is resigning. Now the other guy is stepping in. The same with Germany, where remember it collapsed and then they had to do another snap. Like we're seeing this consistently. And in my view, it's just it's evident that just the system isn't working.
Yeah.
And the reality is that they don't care. They're just like, it doesn't matter. You know, it's
absolutely.
So, and the funny thing about this is that you have, I mean, she goes into it, but we don't have to play the whole thing. I'm trying to see like how, can you find out who this is? Because it's actually a cool video, so we can mention or shout it out. But it's looking at the turbulent history of Rome, right, which is one of the peak civilizations in Western civilization, and she's referencing the year of the 4 emperors, right, a period of political chaos and rapid leadership changes, as you mentioned, and civil conflict following Nero's death. And then similar crises have reappeared later within the year of the 5 emperors, that was 193 AD, and then the 6 emperors, 238 AD. And that was kind of the last period, the 6 emperors, before the fall of Rome, the Roman Empire. Yeah. In my view, I think we're in this already the 6 emperors point. So basically, the era of the 6 emperors was one of the clearest warning signs that the empire entered a prolonged period of political decay. We're kind of seeing this because the reality is, like, at this point in time, what has politics become other than just a, you know, I can only compare it to something like football. It's literally like, what has it really become? Because are people seeing any changes? You know,
this video is from this person, by the way, Lena Psyche.
Yeah, it's like, what does it say? Writer, cartoonist, plushie maker. Okay, well, but it's very insightful, and sure. I think that's it's a good point that she brings up.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point.
Right, you want to start off the next? It's what it's all about, right? The thumbnail. Well, half of it, right? What's the thumbnail about?
Well, are we talking about? Are we just going straight into it?
I mean, this has been ongoing for a while, right? So it's interesting to like get our views.
So over here, we're going to talk about a guy called Peter Simmel.
Peter Simmel,
who's a Florida resident who became an overnight internet sensation after going viral for his uncanny resemblance to none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
FBI, open up!
It all began on the 12th of March, 2026, when Andrew Posey, I think it's Posey. All right, let me just share. Should I share like Andrew Posey's?
Yeah, he was. I think he's the one who first. He was the first guy to post the video that went viral, right? Joking, and because he found Pete driving his convertible through South Florida, and he jumped in.
So this guy like found him, Andrew Posey.
No, we don't. You want me to?
And, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, you got
and he filmed Pete driving his convertible, like through South Florida. I think maybe it was Miami. I'm not sure. Joking that Epstein is alive because he looked exactly like him. The video exploded across TikTok, Instagram, and X, generating millions of views and spawning one of the internet's biggest memes of the year. Pete has repeatedly stated that he is not Jeffrey Epstein and has since embarked the joke. So he said he's not, but it's kind of like all these like Instagram videos or TikTok videos saying, I am not that celebrity, even though they look exactly like them. Building a social media following, appearing on podcasts, conducting even a DNA test out of all things, landing sponsorships. I think it was like ads for like some like gambling or some apps on your mobile phone, like these games and stuff like that.
That's
Stake. That's it.
Yeah. They actually own a Kick stake. So
exactly. And even announcing a tongue-in-cheek mayoral campaign, like for Florida, out of all things. Can you imagine if like this lookalike, this doppelganger out of all things, becomes like mayor out of Miami? I mean, crazier things have happened. Like Ronald Reagan, the actor, like becoming president of the USA, or Arnold Schwarzenegger becoming the governor of California, out of all things.
Trump.
So I think, yeah, Trump, exactly. Like nobody would expect him to be like president out of all things. So I think it's time to share that.
The original, it's a
right? The original.
Yeah, the original one. It's not from his account, but it's been re-upped. Yeah,
I think it's this. Let's have a look.
Is alive. Epstein is alive. Epstein is alive. Epstein is alive.
To be fair, he does look like him.
Well, from the profile, you can look a lot like, you know, everyone can look a certain way from their profile, but he's obviously kidding when he's saying that. So,
that's for sure.
Regardless what your view is, if you think that Epstein is still alive.
I have seen other videos whereby this lookalike, like Palm Beach Pete, like that's his nickname. In fact, he became this internet like sensation. I have seen him on some like posting some Instagram videos of like clubbing with girls and stuff, and it's like it just doesn't make sense. Like
he's doing what people say to often do, which is like he's playing into the meme. But the problem is, this isn't one of those memes you really want to play into too much, in my view, because
it's kind of the wrong thing. Like being like a pedophile, like gang leader, is like not a right thing to do. That's for sure.
That's the problem. It's like it's okay in one way to play into the meme with certain things, but this one is just a bad look, and so that's why he's kind of contradicting himself in many ways. This is that interview you did with Alex Jones, right?
Sure, have a look, like a bit of it. Or something.
Or no, you know, instead of playing this, you can watch the whole. Yeah, this is a whole sort of overview, but maybe we just show the different videos because we have them also independently. We can show and then just talk.
Shall we skip this video then?
Yeah, I say skip it because then
different heights, taller, how much taller,
it's the stuff that we already have basically.
All right, okay, let's.
We have like all the other things.
We have like so much stuff on him.
Yeah, there's you want the Alex Jones interview, right? That's where he does that.
That's the running for mayor one. There's. What shall we share now out of all links? Because we have like so many.
Alex Jones interview, then running for mayor. Like we just show different things that he's like. I think the stake sponsorship one is the one that shows that he's with the girls on the pool side.
Shall we share that one now? Let's have a look. Because it's a bit extreme, like how far this guy is going in order to. He's kind of like taking advantage of the situation.
but yet he's complaining at the same time, which is what you can see on the Alex Jones interview, where he's like saying, "I'm not this and I'm not that," and yeah, obviously you can, when you look at him, he doesn't look anything like him. And for those who actually do think, then you like you have to check your head. I'm sorry, like you said, you brought up that he looks more like Henry Winkler, the Fonz, which is actually true. He does.
Yes, with white hair.
Like, you know what? Play the video. I'm going to find a picture to show. Oops, why did I do that? I'm going to find a picture of like Jeffrey Epstein at age of when he was incarcerated, so we can compare.
On steak. He's going crazy, and I'm taking my girls to St. Bart on a big shopping trip. Teach me, baby.
Call my phone and say, oh, this is the ad for steak, right? So of course steak is going to show him in a like expensive car with all these girls and stuff. It's all like part of the narrative, part of the game, in order for them to like sell more like app subscriptions or whatever you call it.
Yeah, he's not. I thought he was streaming on Kick, but he's actually not streaming on Kick. He's just using Stake. He's just playing basically. I'm gonna show this in a second. What's his name? Palm Beach. All right, hold on. I'm just finding. Maybe you want to play the Alex Jones one whilst I do this as well, because that's interesting.
Let me find it. Yeah, I've got it here. It's fine. I'm gonna share it now.
Get this. Oh. Yeah.
Right now, just hearing me say my 3 kids.
Why would you say something stupid like that? Honestly, I'm tired of listening to people who are uneducated and don't know the truth. We're different heights, different color eyes, different size head, all the above.
And yet he's taking advantage of it.
I don't have it.
That's the problem.
It's so weird that this guy is like taking advantage of a PDF in order to like get money from it.
Like an egg.
I think you need to drop trowel right now and let us see the ding dong.
I mean, the problem here is that he is doing what everyone else is doing all the time. It's that whole idea, like bad news, good news, doesn't matter. Any news, it's just for relevancy. But the trouble is that still nobody has any self-respect anymore. Nobody has any.
It's not right.
Like if this happened back when we were growing up, he would actually be condemned for actually trying to make light of this. There's one thing like a stand-up comedian making a joke here and there, but like this guy who's actually trying to cash in on this and then claiming to be, I'm sorry, but he doesn't really have a leg to stand on. If he's claiming that he's like persecuted, it's like, what do you expect? There's dumb people out there. There's people who, like Alex Jones brought it up too, who think that he's Bill Hicks.
I mean, Palm Beach Pete is like an NPC from GTA. He's so dumb.
It's like, okay, I'm gonna.
I mean, he's running for mayor out of all things. I mean, look at this, like hats.
Oh, wait, sorry, I wanted to show just the comparison. So here we go. Wait, let me see if I get a better image of him. You show the mayor thing whilst I'll just remove.
Right. I'll just show this real quick
whilst I look at it.
So I got this like mayor thing going on. And can you imagine if people are so fed up with the current establishment? I think the current mayor, like there was some controversy like regarding him, like in Miami or something like that.
It's anything for relevancy in this day and age. That's the problem. You understand?
So weird. Just so weird. And to be honest, this is kind of dangerous. Can you imagine if this like complete irrelevant person like becomes mayor, like just because of this meme?
I think it's more dangerous for him because what he doesn't understand is the more he plays into this, he's going to attract some wacko.
Yeah.
Who will literally, and I even know for a fact that there are people who legitimately, fundamentally believe that this guy is Jeffrey Epstein.
Exactly.
Like it's okay, I found a better. Okay, so this is him. Oh, wait. Right. So can we close up? Can we make it? Oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing.
It looks big enough.
No, I was hold on. All right, so that's him, right? And then what we have here is, let me get rid of that. And then here, that's Jeffrey Epstein. Like, like this is worlds apart.
It's quite different. It's just they just have a white hair and they're just like a normal guy.
No, like you can see that the facial structure is totally different. And then, you know, this whole idea that people say, yeah, but he had plastic surgery. No, there's only so much you can do with plastic surgery. You can't modify bone structure. Okay, let's go back to Pete again. That's Pete. It's well, that's maybe not the best. Maybe you can find a better. I'm trying to get a photo of him.
Wait. Pause this 1 second because I want to share another video, but of the fawns. Show that video.
Oh, I have a.
Okay, pause it. Just pause it 1 second.
This is Henry Winkler that you're talking about. Here, I have like some images.
He looks more like Palm Beach Pete than anyone.
Yes.
And I want to show another video, like another picture. So I just found this one, like a random one. Okay. He looks more like Palm Beach Pete than anyone. Okay. So let's look at yours for a second.
Of who? Of Jeffrey Epstein?
There. This one is Palm Beach Pete.
No, that's Henry. That's Henry Winkler.
Okay. Sorry, we were comparing.
I'll get you Palm Beach Pete. Hold on. Here you go. There you go. But that's a terrible.
He looks a lot like him. So this is Palm Beach Pete, and I'm going to share Henry Winkler, the fonts from Happy Days. There. They look kind of similar, to be honest. He looks more similar to Henry Winkler than Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, Palm Beach Pete would be a Temu version of Epstein. Like that's what we're talking about. If Palm Beach Pete wanted to pretend to be a body double, or not even a body double, I guess, but like if you wanted to, you know, like in movies you have a double sometimes. He could be that for Epstein, yes, perhaps, you know, like in a cameo way or something like that, because it's just like glancing. But the thing is, he doesn't look. He just obviously doesn't look like him at all.
No, he doesn't.
Like,
I mean, you have to put sunglasses. You have to put a hat on him. You have to like put all these things in order for him to look kind of close to him.
Like the facial structure and everything,
it doesn't really fit.
I mean, look. Hold on. Maybe I have another one here. Check this out. No, what the heck? Oh God, these videos, man, drive me bananas. What's going on? Oh, it's a TikTok. That's why. No, hold on.
Sorry, I'm sharing that. Should I share this for now?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that? Epstein?
It's Palm Beach Pete.
So from the profile, I agree, because it's like you can easily. Yeah, but also here's the thing. You know, you have to also look at like how he's
doesn't fit.
But like if you're glancing and you can do a double take and say, whoa, that looks like Epstein. But then obviously at the same time, he is shorter than Epstein. Epstein was taller. There's other things. And like I said, like from a profile, you know, because of the gray hair, etc. Sure, he could come across. Also
from
because
profile, you can't see like most of the face, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's just have a quick look. Oh, okay, they recognize him as Palm Beach Pete. It's not like they recognized him as Epstein.
You know what? Our society is so degraded nowadays that I wouldn't be surprised if Epstein started walking around. People be, hey man, you Epstein? Hey, you take a selfie, man. No, I'm not even joking. That's the mentality we've reached. This is the thing. P. Diddy, he can just like, you know what? I hate to say it even. It's so easy to be his PR agent. I would just roll like, whoa, Diddy, just, you know, just go out there. Just play into it. And everyone's like, Diddy, yeah, man, Diddy, yeah, baby oil. Like all Diddy has to do is come out with baby oil. And then everybody's like, they'll jump on it. They'll find it funny. This is the mentality of people. And these are the same idiots, by the way, the same idiots who are like going around online, predator hunters, you know, like and chasing innocent people sometimes and making a mockery because they're for content. and they think that they're catching, PDF files and all this stuff, and justice is served. Oh God.
I also want to show another Palm Beach Pete video from Instagram saying that he has issues with his DNA test and all this. I mean, it's kind of to his advantage.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Guys, it's Palm Beach Pete, and I'm really pissed. I got a letter from the Division of Election.
Sure he is.
Okay, can I say something?
Florida.
Sure.
Even the way he's talking, no, not his voice. He's got this thing where he's always showing his lower teeth.
Right,
the way he's talking and stuff. If you look at anything from Epstein, it's totally different.
He doesn't do that. Yeah.
Types of things. You can be a good actor and you can train, but it takes a while for actors, and they need prosthetics and they need things like this. So, like, and there's people who probably believe this. That's why I'm just saying it's just.
Have a load.
Regarding the irregularities concerning my DNA test, and they're asking me to suspend my campaign and take a step back. I'm not going to suspend the campaign. I'm getting legal involved, but I'll be back.
It's interesting how they don't want him to run as well.
I'm going to be traveling for a while, so you're not going to see me around for a bit, but I'll make the best mayor Palm Beach ever had, and I'll fight this tooth and nail. Peace out, Palm Beach Pete.
What?
So he actually thinks he has a chance.
Oh, he does.
To be mayor.
He does, because people are stupid enough to vote.
So ridiculous.
No, there's so many dum-dums who live in Miami alone who just find this hilarious, so they'll vote for him. Believe it or not,
just for the hell of it.
Yeah, I mean they would. Now, whether he probably could be more competent than the current mayor, who knows? I don't know, but the reality is that's all it takes nowadays. There was a dog that won an election. Hold on, let me look that up. Did you not know that?
It kind of rings a bell, but I don't remember exactly like what happened.
I'm just getting it. Hold on. No, this is what I'm saying. This is This is the 6 emperors level that we're at. This is what she was saying. Remember? Here we go. Middlebury, Vermont, the United States of America, elected a new dog mayor in June 2026 as part of a community event. Oh, wait, hold on. Most dog mayors. Oh, okay. So it's an honorary or ceremonial position. All right. Okay. All right. I thought it was true, but there you go. Because I had heard it. So,
Virginia, if I'm not mistaken.
Virginia? What about it? No, Vermont is like Vermont is like East Coast.
Northeastern, US.
Eastern, yeah. If I wait, Vermont, that's not Bernie's state, is it? I think, or no, he's in New Hampshire. I think so. I think Vermont.
He is the senator from Vermont.
That's okay. So that's why it's known, because outside of Bernie Sanders, Vermont really didn't have much prevalence other than him. I mean, Bernie Sanders is actually from Brooklyn, New York, but yeah, he was the senator of Vermont. Yeah.
Explains his accent as well.
And now there's a Netflix documentary coming up now about Palm Beach Pete. So like I can already expect what that's going to be.
It's kind of like unnecessary, to be honest.
He's gonna say how it's gonna be this touching piece about how this has affected his personal life and how he's found it so difficult, but he's trying to keep a smile on and find the fun in it. Like, dude. And Netflix is no better. They're gonna bank and cash in on anything because it's trending.
On absolutely any documentary, real story, like on anything, even if it's like completely irrelevant.
You know what that's in reference to? This is why I'm saying this guy is like
is playing into it, or if
yeah, exactly, which is disgusting because it's like, regardless if you're saying it's a conspiracy or not,
he's just eating pizza, and they're kind of like trying to make some sort of correlation.
He's playing into the thing, and it's like, but
playing into the narrative, what they're telling him to do.
Dude, it's crazy.
It's like these singers like Lady Gaga with all these Illuminati symbols and all this shit.
Yeah.
Like there's other people directing these music videos, and there's these celebrities just playing into the whole like narrative being directed what to do. Exactly, like
Carrier,
vigilant citizen. And all this stuff.
Oh boy.
It kind of like brings into mind like what was that character Mouth from the Goonies?
Oh yeah. I remember.
Oh my ribs. All right.
I think we'll skip the last part and then go to break. But maybe before the break, would you like to take a break before the next part because we've been at it for a bit? Or
I don't mind. Might as well.
I put in also this one little video I thought would be interesting. I want to see your reaction. It's not really about Palm Beach Pete, but it does reference the Epstein case. And what I like about this creator, what he says, is it's really on point. It's what we've said as well. So it's very fascinating because it's all about who are we giving our attention to and at what cost.
Yes.
So I can play it.
Sure.
I want to hear. I want to see your reaction to this because when I saw this, I was just like, "Damn, okay, on point." But also, we've kind of reiterated this ourselves multiple times. So
yeah.
All right. Let me see if I can. If it looks good enough. Don't worry, I put the volume already. Is it this one? Yeah. Can you see? All right. Is there a way we can make it bigger? Just out of curiosity.
Oh my God!
Just have a look here. No.
Yeah. On Windows, I press Control Plus. Maybe on Apple, you press Command Plus. I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll do it like this. Sorry, I messed up the. Okay, so here we go. Have a listen.
Sure.
Emails. Is it surprising? Not really. Does it mean she's drinking adrenochrome and sacrificing children at the altar of Moloch? No. But it doesn't mean she doesn't. She looks pretty young for 50. Her last big hit was in 2010, and for some reason, she performed at the World Cup a record 6 times and twice at the Super Bowl. How do you keep getting these gigs with just a few hits and average talent? Anyways, let's look at the situation. Boris Nikolic told Epstein that he was with her at the Westin and that he
This is from the email. Boris Nikolic, yeah. But that's actually, I didn't even recognize that. He's like a major connect with Epstein.
I think I'm gonna see another word, major con.
I'm just getting more data off him. But the thing is, I completely forgot that Shakira was actually. He's right. She was literally on all of those things, all the World Cups, all the things. I think even the Super Bowl. How do you get to that point? Like Beyonce, okay, because she was like the big thing, but it would be like Super Bowl. But like Shakira was like.
To be honest with you, like I remember Shakira from the South African World Cup, like Waka Waka Africa.
Yeah, that's it.
But then afterwards, like from then until this year, where she also had the song, I found out that she also had like songs for the other World Cups, like in between. But I didn't know about them because I was like busy doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But this year, like I know she has the Die Eco, let's go. And I'm thinking, how does she get all these steady deals? Like usually for the World Cup, you get like a different singer every year, but now she's like a steady, like recurring singer all the time.
Well, perhaps she made a deal with the devil. Boris Nikolic is basically just a Croatian-born physician, immunologist, biotech entrepreneur, and venture capitalist. He's been associated to Bill Gates, by the way, in multiple discussions. But the reason he's relevant in this and why he's highly connected to Epstein, they were friends, is because he was the backup executor of Epstein's will. Weird. Yeah.
But what has Epstein got anything to do with all of this stuff?
Well, he was always connect. Remember? Bill Gates, Hawking. He was always into this stuff.
All these guys were at Epstein Island, right?
As well, he's an investor at Gates' office. After leaving Gates' office, and he co-founded Biomatics Capital. Anyway, let me carry on the video. And sorry. Listen more.
All right.
Should come, wink, wink. Boris makes investments primarily in gene editing and is a friend of Bill Gates, another prominent figure in the Epstein.
Sorry. Interesting because Epstein was obsessed with eugenics, by the way. This is something that came out like with, what's his name? You remember that? We talked about this way back. because of one of the not Harvey Weinstein, but
it was the scientist Weinstein.
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, right?
It was a different Weinstein.
There's two brothers called.
Let me
I
see.
forget which one it is now. I don't want to say the wrong one.
It's Weinstein. There's Epstein. Eric Weinstein was the guy. Eric Weinstein.
Sorry.
Just a Frankenstein in this.
It's all the Steens. Frankenstein.
Hey, Gene Wilder. It's a reference to that movie.
Who was Eric Weinstein, right? And he
Eric,
talked about
Eric,
he brought up that thing that
he
said
was
that's
also on a interview with a CEO, that YouTube channel.
and he brought up, because there's the layer cake of the Epstein situation. On the lowest rung, which is awful and atrocious, is this whole blackmail operation with politicians and influential people with what quote unquote like PDF network type things, right? And maybe ritualistic stuff going on. But then on the other layer, Whitney,
different celebrities and scientists and stuff, like Bill Gates and Stephen Hawking, even, out of all people. Like, what is he doing on that island?
and so that was what is mostly been the prominence of. But then Whitney Webb, investigative journalist, came out with the second layer, which was the business element to it and all the investments, which nobody's talking about. And then Eric Weinstein, came up with the third layer on top of all of that too, which is the whole science tech weirdness, the eugenics and all this cloning and all this other gene, like as he's saying. But anyway, I'll carry on.
Files with the legendary email, "Prepare for pandemics." Now the question is, why would this guy be with Shakira? Maybe he paid for her company. Maybe he charmed her with his swag. Maybe he provides the gene editing tools to keep her young. Maybe it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's one big club and we ain't in it. It's a big club. You ain't in it. We already know that they get their marching orders from the same people. Promote vaccines? No problem. Push the climate hoax with the royal family? Of course. Push the sexualization of young women? Yes, whatever you need to keep me in the spotlight. Now, if we know that today's pop stars are here to serve the system, keep us asleep and protect the power structure, why are we still supporting them?
But if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty.
You think? Now it's time for accountability.
Turn off the noise. Turn on your mind. Isn't this what we're saying all the time? Isn't this what we're saying all the goddamn time? Wait, how do we get back to normal? All right. Aren't we saying that all the time? And aren't we saying we're the signal that cuts through the noise? Aren't we the ones saying this exact? I love that message. That's Lenny Boy, and he's on Instagram. And he's 100% right. He's exactly right. Why do the people have the power? You just have to take that power back. Don't give them attention. Don't give them relevancy. All these nutters, Andrew Tate, whoever it is, I don't care, Hassan Piker, Keir Starmer, Bill Gates, whatever, right? You're giving them power by giving them relevancy, by talking about them, by consuming their crap. Just switch off. That's it.
Exactly.
And they're nothing. That's why they're running scared, dude. That's why the media, the big media companies in the UK now want to have dominance over social media. What do you think would happen if everybody switched off Instagram and social media? Oops.
Or at least the mainstream media.
No, I mean, but also the social media, because they want to have dominated right in the UK. What if everyone just switched off their Instagram and everything? What are they going to do then? They're going to try to find other ways. But nobody's going to care, because that's the point. You give them the power. They know that. So what are your thoughts? Go on, tell me. But what do you think about that?
To be honest, I'm sick and tired of all this like mainstream media, like trying to get into everything. I'm also sick of like everything kind of being rigged. Like, how does Shakira like secure music videos for every single World Cup? Like, I don't mind her as a singer. It's just kind of weird. Like, there are so many singers and people who need a break as well. And that also goes for like the film industry and different entertainment industries. Like, they keep having the same actors for all these movies. Like, for example, this month there's going to be Spider-Man, but all these actors are also in The Odyssey and stuff like that. And it's just like, it seems like everything is kind of rigged.
Sorry, you watched The Odyssey?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm not planning on going to the cinema because I don't want to. I don't want to play into this sort of narrative that they want to play out as.
Right.
It seems like Christopher Nolan, and I'm talking as a very critical person and not just anybody who goes with a flow. And that's, I don't want to pay for a movie. I don't want to go to the cinema and fall into this trap, because the Odyssey is a historical epic. It's by Homer, okay, like from 2,000 years ago. And I don't want to pay for that and fall into this narrative of Christopher Nolan changing everything, because this is what he's selling. He's selling history, but he's
repackaging it
else to be controversial. And this is
how much of it do you think it's him and not being persuaded by executives behind? Because that's what happens a lot of times. That's what comes out later on down the line. Oh, you know, I didn't really want to go this way, but this is what I was told to do, and that was the only way I could get the project funded.
To be honest, that is a very good point, and this is why also a lot of films get Oscars and stuff. It's like as if they play the narrative and then they get the rewards. It's kind of like that, like the carrot on the stick. You follow our script and you get the reward afterwards. And this has been told a lot on the internet. Is kind of like if somebody looks into it, you'll also see why a lot of these famous actors, like male actors, like dress as women in different films, like be it Mrs. Doubtfire, be it Chris Tucker in The Fifth Element, or stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. And also, what is his name? It eludes me because I haven't got it scripted.
What movie?
In The Nutty Professor, there's the comedian who makes fun of Eddie Murphy.
Oh, the comedian who makes fun of Eddie Murphy in The Nutty Professor?
Yeah, who says he's fat and stuff.
I'll find it out for you, Dora. But what you're saying is not only it's the whole entertainment industry, but it's also beyond that, I think, because the point is we're hearing about these things in Silicon Valley too, from people like whistleblowers coming out of like tech companies, but also in the music industry. You know, like this is what Prince was talking about. This is what MJ was talking about. This is what people have been bringing up, you know, countless times, right?
Yeah.
Go on. Who was it?
In fact, it's Dave Chappelle.
Dave
and
Chappelle.
In fact, he was on an interview. I don't remember who it was, maybe with Oprah or something.
It was Oprah. Yes, I remember this. Yeah.
And he was saying, why all these actors? I mean, even like, what is his name? Martin Lawrence, like, like what is it? Big Mama's House or something like that. He was like, exactly. He was like, why all these like men like dressing as women and stuff? And it kind of, if somebody looks at all these movies and it kind of like made their career from these films, and it's not because they played a woman, it's because they were guaranteed like future film roles and stuff like that. And it's just kind of weird.
It's the whole humiliation ritual. This is what they also say about Taylor Swift, how she blew up because she allowed that was the whole thing in the I think it was VMAs or the Grammys, I can't remember, but Kanye stepping in and trying to humiliate and create a scene, you know, saying that Beyonce deserved it. That was her humiliation ritual. There's all these things, right? That there's always these humiliation rituals. I don't know. But nonetheless, should we take a break? I need to go to
5 or 10.
10.
What do you
Let's
think?
do 10. 10, and if we come back sooner, but I need to go to the bathroom. And before we go on break, we're gonna get into. I don't know. You decide what you want to get into. We can actually go into first if you want AI, aliens, and versus aliens. I mean, that's the main thing.
Let's just continue to the next one.
Okay.
That we
All
have
right.
like
Cool. All right.
And yeah. All right. So without further ado, let's take a 10-minute chill break.
We shall see you soon.
See you soon.
the headlines. There's a bigger picture waiting to be found. Every new day, something new to find. Every new day, opening our minds. Every new day, looking into the light. Every new day, moving through the night. Across the oceans and the city streets, different people, different lives we meet. Through the highs and lows and everything between, there's always something more than what we've seen. Beyond the noise, beyond the headlines, there's a bigger picture waiting to be found. Every new day, something new to find. Every new day, opening our minds. Every new day, looking into the light. Every new day, moving through the night. Every story starts somewhere. Every road can lead us on. Every question brings us closer to a place where we something new to find. Every new day, opening our minds. Every new day, looking into the light. Every new day, moving through the night. Beyond the noise, every new day, beyond the noise, beyond the noise, every new day. Every shadow tells a story. Every question leaves a trace. In a world of endless echoes, still we're searching for our place. Every new day, searching for the hidden light. Every new day, looking through the dark of night. Every new day, questions still remain. Every new day, we begin
Welcome back to every new day, or ENDtv's chill stream. Like, we're back. All right. So without further ado, I just want to say that we're simultaneously streaming on YouTube, Rumble, and on Kick, social media. Like, we're on Instagram, X, Discord, and TikTok. So be sure to leave us a follow. And without further ado, sorry, let's just get into this. Let's move on to the next topic.
Oh yeah, this I want to see. Yeah, you lead. I'm
interested. All right. So I'm gonna pick the topics because we have a whole list of things to say, and I'm like filtering like what is more interesting, and I want to make this the best for the viewer. And so the next topic is going to be a collection of stories examining how modern life is changing, not just economically, but socially, psychologically, and culturally. I think like the humanistic aspect is incredibly important. So yeah, let's react to some videos. Let's have a look. Let's share. Let's explore together with the viewers what is going on. And to be honest, I haven't seen these videos. Let's check it out together.
What are we looking at here?
I think you've seen these before, but
these are very short, but yeah.
That's okay.
I don't even make enough to pay for the f***ing gas to get here every day. Okay. You have a good day.
You too.
It'll start again.
I guess I shouldn't laugh in your face. Are you high?
All right, let's move on.
Start from the start, because maybe that's missed the part at the start.
Really? Hang on. Let's go back. Oh, this is another one, right? Are you sure there's more to this?
That's the beginning. No, it's just yeah. So that's why he's basically saying, "Are you hiring? Are you hiring every day?"
Does it look like I'm hiring, and the guy doesn't have enough money for gas to get to the job?
And this is like, that's a Zoomer, and that's obviously, I mean, I would say that's a Boomer, I guess, like a baby boom generation, and that's
To be honest, with the price of like energy and fuel and stuff, I don't blame the guy. And
small businesses are that's the trouble. Small businesses are suffering. And so they can't even hire people because, and we've been experiencing that to some degree. It's like if you're like a startup, and a lot of startups have had this problem too. There's no incentives to subsidize, or well, not subsidize, sorry, incentivize or support startups, which are actually beneficial for the local economies within different countries, because they generate more jobs. But what happens is those are the ones that don't have enough leeway with tax or anything like this. What they do, and instead, who gets all the subsidies, who gets all the incentivization? It's the big corporations. They get all the backdoor deals, whether it's Tesla or it's Amazon or whatever, because that's what the big wigs on top, and they say that they're competent. I saw a comment recently claiming that no, the joke is that you think they're incompetent. No, they are incompetent because they take those deals because of special interests, and they think that's going to help regenerate the economy. It doesn't. Local businesses do, startups do, and that's what employs people. And what happens is they, or these mom and pop shops, as they call them in the United States, mom and pop shops and stuff like that. But they can't even afford, like you said, they can't even afford to the bills. And then there's job scarcity for the youth, and they're not getting money anymore.
Exactly. This is also something I want to bring up. There's also something very important I want to bring up, like with Gen Z, but also with millennials and stuff, which are now like over 40 years old, to be honest, like if you can imagine that. And to be honest, like when people, especially, I'm not talking about like more affluent countries in Europe, like Switzerland or Luxembourg or Norway, for example. But like if you take into account southern countries like Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, like the disparity the difference between the wages and the cost of living are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like a lot of people are considering the cost of fuel or the cost of transport when it comes to working, because a lot of the times it's not worth working somewhere because it's more expensive to travel. These energy bills are like completely like ridiculous.
The price of gas, or which is dependent on oil.
Mhm.
And then meanwhile they want to push us towards getting electric cars. Gee, I wonder like who's getting a good deal out of that.
Yeah,
like the Tesla. They
surely
build
it's under the deal tables, like with the EU, like certain like members and stuff. Let's have a look at this video.
this is
Why not let us take this shit home, or actually donate this shit to the homeless, like an actual shelter or something like that? But no, if we attempt to take this shit home, we get fired for it. Like, what the fuck is that? That shit is crazy. All of this shit is about to go into the motherfucking trash. Like, bro, this shit is like piles on piles of this shit. And I done already threw a bunch of it away. And then after motherfucking break, I got more to throw away. Like, do you see all that shit? It's still like 5 days left on this shit. That is crazy, bro.
This
so that's an employee of like something like Walmart, or I don't know, one of those like big supermarket chains or something.
To be honest, this absolutely saddens me. Like when I used to live in the UK, I saw like some supermarkets putting some discounts at the end of the day for certain products and stuff. But still, like the amount of waste and the amount of like poverty, people can't afford food, and yet supermarkets are just trashing these items because they want to keep the prices high. Like it just
they always want fresh. They always want to have like the freshest thing. This is much more blatant in the United States, where there's so much food wastage going on. Not as common here, or like it's not as common in Europe, for instance, as far as I am aware. I don't know about the UK anymore. Maybe they've made some changes. I do recall that when I was in the UK, there were some exceptions where they would. I don't know if it was like pret-a-manger, although I've heard recently that's like really expensive now. But in the past, give sandwiches away to shelters, or like at the end of the, like if there was anything left over. I don't know how it's working anymore, but the reality is it's over. It's because of hyperconsumption. The problem is it's not only supermarkets, it's also restaurants. The amount of food that is wasted and thrown out, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's just, this is all aggravating also the industrialization and factory meat and food culture, which is, by the way, disgusting in itself, because this is a completely, that's another whole thing to unpack. But
yes.
And then there's going to be food scarcity. Gee, I wonder why. Because there's overproduction from agriculture, and then all this factory industrialization of those food products, and then hyperconsumption. It's not sustainable. This is the problem.
In fact, this is a problem of many countries within Europe, but also the world, like entirely, in that sometimes they produce too much food that normally, like with economics, the price would go down. But because the industry or people want to keep the prices higher, they just chuck all this food instead of feeding people. And one of the problems they can say is like how to manage all this, like the distribution of bringing this people out to people, but still, and also like expiry dates and things like that could be an issue. But it's just madness. Like what's going on.
This leads into also something you're saying, because what is it that everybody's suffering currently? I mean, not only that the job market is flush, like there's scarcity and stuff like this, like we just showed in the other one, but you mentioned like, okay, people can't pay utilities, there's the energy costs are high, inflation, food costs are high, and stuff like this. But there's also wastage of energy. That's another thing that hasn't been highlighted. So there's not only a lot of food waste, right? Which, you know, the amount of people going starving, okay? There's also energy waste. There's this, it's about roughly, where, like, I'm trying to get the statistics here. Give me a second. So roughly 60 to 70% of primary energy globally never becomes useful due to inefficiencies in power generation, transport, engines, heating, industrial processes, and standby losses. This is a widely accepted estimate from energy flow analyses by groups such as Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and the IEA. That's yeah, and that's all. By the way, you need energy to produce food, right? And this is thousands of terawatt hours effectively lost each year as waste, heat, and conversion losses before reaching useful applications. This is that. So, you know, you have this going on.
That's a lot.
I just want to check one more source here. I have here. This is I can wait. Hold on a second. There's this art. I mean, I can say. Do you want to see this? It's not really. It gives you a breakdown, but this is in relation to food. There is, and general energy. That's not the energy used to produce food that we were talking about. Is enormous. It can't even be comparable. It's like. There's estimates, for instance, of energy flow analysis. The U.S. energy system converts only about 32% of its primary energy into useful energy service. I mean, that means the rest.
Ridiculous.
And this is we haven't hit on it yet because it kind of touch upon it hopefully later. But you know, and then all the while there you have all these leaders talking about, you know, cooling and providing energy for AI data centers. You know, this is the insanity. I'll show you this is in relation to food.
Sure.
Here you go.
Show a quick link.
So agri-food systems use about 30% of globally available energy.
Yeah, I see that.
This is from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations.
Yeah.
70% of energy consumed in agri-food systems occur after farm gate on transportation. 2.1 billion people lack access to clean cooking facilities. Jeez, relying instead on traditional biomass.
That's insane. There's so much that is going unreported in the world. Like, you would expect mainstream media to cover all this, but obviously they don't. Like, they don't give a rat's ass. Like, they basically cover the news that they are instructed to.
That's a wild number. Even though that's not what it but
526 million tons of food are lost to waste due to lack of refrigeration as well. What a waste.
All of this could, and I'm sorry, I don't buy the excuses anymore, but it's like all of this could be alleviated with competent people. Yes. Maintaining and managing stuff. This isn't complicated. Meanwhile, I don't know how much money was recently, or how much money is he trying to get funding, Elon Musk, to launch his rockets?
Like billions, like, for sure.
And you got people starving. You got people houseless or homeless on the streets. You got people literally dying. They're not getting the medication they require. You've got so many problems, but, you know, it's much more relevant for us to reach Mars.
I'm losing faith in the humankind, like, every single day, like, more and more. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. Let's move on to, like, some more videos, like, of, like, humankind, like, what is going on, kind being.
Okay, so this. I'm going to give you just a slight warning before you play it. I just want to highlight this video. I think exactly depicts everything that's wrong with the youth today who consumes this junk. You know, World Star, right? That famous thing where it's always the fights and everything like this. World Star. World Star
What is
Hip
that? What is World Star?
It's very famous on YouTube. It was in YouTube, and it still is. So where people handed in videos that they recorded of like fights going on and stuff like this, and it's World Star Hip Hop. I don't know what it has to do with hip hop, but yeah.
Oh, is it like Run DMC versus Jason Evans?
No, actual fights, street fights, like going
Oh.
on. And it would, and that's why there's a meme that's like, oh, gonna be on World Star. Let me see if I find it. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight that. I want you to watch this and you tell me how this could have gone differently. It's very fascinating, but this is the problem today, and this is what the youth are consuming. And what's more interesting is after you play this, please show the comments like slowly, like just and read them out. Have a look. Yeah. So go ahead. I'll look.
Sure. Let's see. By the way, this is the first time I'm watching it.
Because you're bringing your ass that fucking man. Nasty.
Why am I not surprised it's in the UK?
What's going on, bro? You don't see them flicking up their ass for the Indian man there.
What did he do? Bro, so we're doing a TikTok and you're talking about ass, so flinging your ass.
Or what? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Don't shout at me.
Or what?
Okay, you can end it here, and now look at the comments before you react. I want to. You're cold, but I want you to look at the comments
first. Before I see the comments, I just want to say they are complete degenerates, and it's also unacceptable for men to hit a woman because they're bigger or something. Let's have a look at the comments here. The moment they got slapped, they instantly remembered they were women. Okay.
Slapping emojis.
Buddy at the end was about to get it. He keeps his pimp hand strong. He slapped them on behalf of their mamas. They got a buy one, get one free factory reset. Did anyone else think that Australian sketch with the dad slapping everyone in the garden? I don't know. Damn, he struck the accent out of him.
I wanted to bring this up because this is exactly what's wrong with the youth today, because people are seeing this, and this is what's being promoted by imbeciles like Andrew Tate. And I hate, I don't want to be part of those, they're going to call me a leftoid, but it's this whole toxic masculinity mindset. I do believe you have the right to defend yourself, regardless, woman, man, whatever. Yeah. If you are threatened, if you feel that your life is threatened, or you are being physically attacked, you have all the rights to use any application of force.
Absolutely.
To deter any possibility that you can be harmed, and that is actually a principle in martial arts. The problem with this, and you can see it in the video yourself, he brutally attacked two women who are nincompoops. Sure, they're acting stupid. They're acting like the whole video basically is displaying no adults. There was only one adult, and you saw him. He tried to come in to tell him to just walk away, man. And then he even said at the end, he's like, no, I'm not. Don't yell at me. I ain't having that. And then he walked off. That was the only adult in that whole equation. Everyone else, all they're just children, boys and girls. They were acting ridiculous. Yeah. But you saw that the one girl in the gray top or the gray suit, she just like pushed him. And what does he do? He smacks her, and then he smacks the other one. That is wrong. And that is just, and the comments are just, all this is what I'm saying. This is celebrated.
It's ridiculous. I mean, she just touched him, and he like
she pushed him away. That's not. I don't care what you think.
It's not even a slap on the face, to be honest. I'm just saying that.
There's no reason. What he did was not what a man would do. That's not what a man does. A man would know how to walk away from that situation, not deal with it, just like the other guy did. He said,
to be honest, I'm completely disappointed with all the people in the comments, siding with this guy.
Yeah, they're just joking.
To be honest, as a man, as an adult, like I am completely ashamed of this guy and all these comments. To be honest,
this is what is being reinforced, that this is okay, and the argument will always be, yeah, but it was self-defense, and this is all about equality. Yeah, there is equality, but there's also something called equal measure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just because someone pushes me, I'm not going to pull a gun out and then shoot them. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's this madness. Like, this is, you have like
it's insanity. Like how do you measure these things like properly?
And this is the trouble. You're seeing this is what is displayed and promoted online as the way to be. It's no wonder that there's such a mess of like how to act responsible or accountable. No wonder our leaders don't take any accountability. When you have people who are just like out there, and they're just they accept this type of mindset, this type of behavior.
To be honest, I think perhaps it's a lack of role models, a lack of like proper parenting, a lack of something, that's for sure. Something that's needed.
There's no social standards.
Exactly.
I mean, you saw like there's literally glorification of violence. This is normalized now to the point where it's like it's okay to beat somebody up. Why should you even get to that point?
And this is a mild video, to be honest. There are probably like worse cases, worse video, like not like stuff not even on video that happen like every day in different countries. Like it's terrible.
It's promoted, and that's what younger people are growing up. So it's no wonder why the streets are getting chaotic. When you see like a lot, what I see on X a lot is they're showing a lot of videos sometimes like, look at these savages, and they're talking about like people who are. There's a video even about like, I think I made a response to it recently where people were cutting in line in Disneyland Paris, and they're jumping over things. It's all very it's quite aggressive. Do you know why they're like that? Because it's being perpetuated. It's being promoted. This is why. This is what the younger people. And the thing is, you can single them out as being immigrants or whatever, but that doesn't make any difference, because this is happening also amongst the people of the, the nationals of the country too. The younger people of those countries. They're growing up with this. They think it's okay. That's the reality. Like you said, there's no role models. All right.
Just give me a sec. I think I need to reload because I'm getting a message on the thing. I'll be right back. Just one second.
I'll prepare the next thing. No problem. But this is the issue. In fact, this is a perfect example for the next video, which I have here. Oop, I have to share it. Edge will be right back in a moment.
All right. So I also have the next thing if you want me to share it.
Go ahead. You want me to share it? Or
I can share it. It's fine.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So we're talking about humanity here on this section, and let's just go for it.
Against work, not laziness for its own sake, but the modern cult of activity that has made men into objects. Work displays your center of interest from yourself to things. You cease to be a subject and become a producer. What is lost in this is the capacity for ecstasy, for contemplation, for the experience of eternity, which requires stillness. The only thing laziness ever produced is the knowledge that existence does not have to justify itself through production. Everything is possible, and yet nothing is. All is permitted, and yet again nothing. Everything is both real and unreal, normal and absurd, splendid and insipid. There is nothing worth more than anything else. I do not say this to depress you. I say it because once you have swallowed this truth completely, really swallowed it, not just understood it in the abstract, something strange happens. The unbearable lightens, not because meaning has returned, but because you no longer need it.
So, this is Emil Cioran. He's by the way, the video is AI, and it's obviously, but it's his words. It's actually his words that he wrote. So it's not like made up. It's his words, but it's just the video and obviously the audio is not him.
He's Romanian philosopher, right?
Correct, and he's known for his reflections on a lot of topics like despair, death, but also the absurdity of existence. And I feel like how he's describing work, because this is the thing that we've all, we grew up, everybody's grown up like, you have to work because you have to pay taxes and you have to earn money and you got to get a mortgage. Kind of the way he puts it makes 100% sense. Who are you working for at the end of the day? Because that's the most, I think that's the thing that people started waking up to in the last decade. Because a lot of our generation were working for all these companies and then realizing, wait a second, I'm working for someone else, and they're getting everything. I get nothing out of it. I have also the ability to be like fired or laid off anytime. What do I get out of it? And so that's just the reality. So nowadays, that's why people are working for themselves, and it's like, I just thought it was
that especially happens like for a lot of artists and stuff.
Especially because it's so hard nowadays. There's, they don't call it the industry, the entertainment industry. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's so true. It is industrialized. It's completely corporate. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. All right. So like regarding humanity, we also have another video, Urban Hell, but it gets worse. And this video is 36 minutes. It's from a channel called World Spire. It's pretty good, but we'll just show like, should we show a small segment regarding it? Like when I see these like skyscrapers, I think of China and some absurd creations.
That is in China.
Some absurd people. I mean, look at this. It's worse than like a wasp nest.
Like those chickens. The horror. I don't like. I never buy eggs from those types of factory farms.
Yeah.
The chickens.
Yeah.
This is literally that. Oh god.
To be honest, now that you spoke of chickens, I have to like speak of it, because like chickens and eggs, like they are like 24/7, like under lights, like they are restricted, like can't move, and then they get like diseases on their legs, and it's terrible. And then I think of like movies like Cidade de Deus, like City of God, like at the beginning with the rooster like running around, and like I feel like completely depressed like regarding all of this. But aside from that, let's just show the video.
Yeah,
like, or at least a small segment of it. Whoever wants can have a look at it.
Yeah, the beginning has some good part.
Large numbers of displaced people had to find somewhere to live. Instead of living on a tropical island that should feel like paradise, this is their home. And in a place with little proper drainage or sewer infrastructure, when it rains, everything goes one way, downhill. A serious mudslide could probably destroy huge parts of the neighborhood in almost an instant. If a natural disaster were to hit Haiti, I hope it stops and says, wait, no, they've seen enough. Number 2, 30,000 people in one building. This building gotta be a nightmare for the pizza delivery guy. I mean, the app would say the estimated time to arrival is 20 minutes, but I feel like you would still need 20 minutes.
The guy makes a great comment. Like, imagine if you're a pizza delivery guy in this building of like 30,000.
Even better, imagine Uber Eats, and he has like God knows how many deliveries. He spends the whole day in that building. He's just going like bing, 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 bing.
I mean, can you imagine if there's like a power cut, like and the lifts don't work, like with 30,000 people? Or imagine waiting for the lift, like just to like go down or throw your trash out. Like it's just absolute nightmare.
There's this. I want to bring up. There's a serious issue. I think it's in China particularly, and maybe you've heard about this. It's really sad and depressive. The people who can't afford housing, they pay for these. They're called cages. They've upgraded them somewhat. I've seen some documentaries about this, but it's so sad. It's like people literally working normal, regular jobs, and they're in this like coffin-like cage, and they're all stacked up, and there's no air conditioning. There's no. They have to share a toilet. It's shocking that people are living like this, and this isn't like homeless, impoverished. These are people with jobs, but they can't pay the rent.
It's unreal. It's so disgusting. Like, people should not live like this.
But this is only got humans to blame for this, because like the humans are the ones that are like, you know, we're doing it to animals, we're doing it to ourselves. Oh, it's good enough for the chickens and the pigs and the
Yeah. Let's have a look at another segment of this video, like the most crowded beach. Let's have a look.
Number 10, world's most crowded beach.
I mean, look at them.
Yeah, that's where you really say life's a
Why would you go to the? Why would you even go to the beach? I mean, look at it.
I've always said, I don't know if you have the same thing. I don't get if I go to a restaurant, right? If it's crowded or it's a bar that's crowded or something, right? I don't want to go there because it's too much noise. But the moment I walk into somewhere that's like a bit quiet, I go there, and then every mofo comes in and then crowds it up all of a sudden. Why do people? Why are they attracted like shit? I'm sorry, not shit to a fly. Flies to shit to like crowded, noisy places. Like, I don't get it. I'm not going to a club. I mean, I get a club. Okay, that's different. But you know what I mean? Like,
I am completely with you, because like when you go to a restaurant and it's busy, like it's completely full, and you will get served late, you will get served shit because it's so crowded. Just go there when it's completely empty, and they will make your food so much better. They will serve you a lot quicker, and they will pay attention to you. Like, why would you go to anywhere that's crowded and just be fucked over? I'm sorry to say this.
It's popping, and so many people here. It must be good. Oh my god, I have to go. It's like, oh my god, no. That's it. Like, that puts me off 100%. I
100%.
can't stand it. Like, I don't get people. The same things. Like, they're attracted to just congestion. Anyway,
now we have another video. What is this? What is this?
No.
Right. Do you remember this?
Quick question: what level of capitalism am I in? Watch it. It's a short.
It's like what this guy is buying. Is this the whole case?
Woman, I think, actually, but they're asking what level of capitalism.
I mean, look, he has like an LED mask. He has like a
infrared masks for women, you know, for beauty. Like, it's supposed to help.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware of these. And also, he's on like one of these like what are these things called?
They're called a hoverboard.
Hoverboard. Okay.
Even though they're not hovering. But,
all right, let's have a look. What is this guy doing?
Here comes the money.
I think it's completely unnecessary, like, for people to live like this. To be honest, I'm not even gonna lie. I saw one guy outside, like on a electric scooter, like going up and down, like just for no reason at all.
Because he can.
Because he can. Exactly.
That's it, right? You just do it because you can. Like, I mean, the reality is that, you know, technology is increasingly promising us to save time for us, right? And yet we're still just as busy and more distracted and less present. And you know, this falls back again to the other thing we were talking about. We're like hyper consumerism, or sorry, consumption, but also consumerism because of food wastage. But
yeah,
so much crap is being made. Like, nowadays, you can get all this crap being developed from China, by the way, because it's everything comes from China, right? Like, everything's being built there. I'm not saying that it's badly made all the time, but it's like there's so much, right? And it's like so much unnecessary crap you don't need even half the time.
Exactly.
Like ridiculous gadgets or stuff that like ordinarily wouldn't need, but yeah.
Are you talking about stuff like from Temu or AliExpress or
everything? I just think that there's like, so much
everything
stuff.
is made in China anyway.
Yeah, there's so much stuff, and then at the same time, it's like, you know, being promoted online, on social media, on TikTok. It's like, I didn't know that my life wasn't complete until I found this product. By the way, let me, like, you know, it's like with all these trends and things. Yeah.
All right. So guess what? The next segment is going to be about
What? What are we talking about?
what are we talking about?
Is it the?
Give me a sec.
It's not the.
Would you don't mind?
No, it's not about this one. To be honest, we forgot to mention those. We forgot to mention those because before we talked about Palm Beach Pete, and we have like some funny pictures. We have some funny pictures, like the movie Weekend at Bernie's, like from '89 actually, and then there was a sequel in the '90s, I think.
Yeah.
And so there's this picture about like Epstein, and it's me, Edge, and Bird, and basically we're making like a parody of this. Not a full movie yet, to be honest, but And here, like before Epstein was dead, here we are partying with him. So we're having drinks and everything. He's getting wasted. He's kind of a deadbeat, but he's still alive, supposedly.
I'm going to refrain from saying that's me. That's on me. I ain't partying with no Steens, no Epstein.
Are you sure it's not you? Over here we have like a really good picture.
Oh my god! No,
to be honest, we're holding his head to make sure he's like standing upright.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're partying with him, but not on the island, not for any of those weird reasons. And then here, there's a picture of him like coming supposedly alive. Right. I don't know why he doesn't have any legs, but it is what it is.
Lower legs are missing there, yeah. But you wanted to, but you were leaning towards, what were we talking about? What is it?
All right. So the next segment is gonna be about aliens. All right. So you've probably seen a thumbnail to this video, and the key isn't AI versus aliens, literally. Like the real name is human condition. Why we keep falling for apocalyptic narratives.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, let's just have a look at these videos or these sites rather.
What are we starting with?
Let's start with this, the Center for Data Innovation. So there's an article.
Yeah, this is a good article because I think it really presents part of my argument here, which we've talked about this off air and stuff like that. But yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, it says preparing for an AI apocalypse is preposterous as preparing for an alien invasion. So here we have like AI versus aliens. This is like the whole thing in the thumbnail. And like on the one hand, we have AI, which is like an existential risk to humanity, like you've probably seen Terminator 2, like with Judgment Day and everything. Like, what if AI becomes like even more like intelligent than humans? Like, what are the consequences of all of this? Like, you see all these like companies investing in AI, and it's pretty like insane. Like, what is the consequence, the risks of all this stuff? Like,
that's what they're promoting, right? From the top, at least, a lot of these AI companies, or the experts or the creators, right? And then they're still pushing it, right? They're still pushing it. Altman, Musk, and everybody, they're all like warning us about AI and reaching super intelligence, but at the same time, they're like, well,
exactly. It sounds pretty dystopian, like at the same time. Like, what is the truth with all of this? Like, some people call it a bubble, but all this investment like makes it seem that it's not.
For me, fundamentally, I don't buy into it because, like, my stance on this is that all these apocalyptic narratives, this fear mongering, which is constantly been a tactic, is to just maintain a matrix or framework of fear induced upon populations. in an unconscious way, by the way, because most people, they're not thinking about AI because they're not involved with it, or the aliens invading, right? Because they're not directly connected, and so they're always separated from it. But unconsciously, there's always this existential threat, as you put, and it's just to keep us under control. And in my view, the reality is, if AI achieved super intelligence, which, by the way, for those who don't understand, that means that it runs away without any like human control. It can just self-replicate, self-function without any human interference. So super intelligent AI is almost godlike to some extent. Yes. They're suggesting that, or they're promoting the idea that, for instance, as you said rightfully, like it'll be something in line of like Terminator 2 or The Matrix, right, where they'll basically cause the extinction of the human race. And this is the same thing that they've been promoting with aliens, right? If the aliens come, they're going to invade us because they're a superior species or something. So we have to weaponize outer space. In my view, I'm calling BS on all of that.
Exactly.
They're just afraid. They're afraid because if AI does reach super intelligence, which it would be, if it's logical, it's outside of the control and mechanism of humans. Why would it kill off the human race? It makes no sense. What it would do is it would probably solve a lot of the problems by getting rid of the ones causing effectively the problems, right? So that's why they're afraid. And it's the same with the aliens. If the aliens came, why are they going to if you're of a superior position, why would the first instance be violence? That's just because we're reverting to what the human condition, as you mentioned earlier, throughout our history, civilizational history at least, human civilizations are the ones who have perpetuated violence against not only other species, I'm talking about animals, what have you, the world at large, but ourselves. So we are the only ones that we should be looking at the mirror. Shouldn't be blaming AI and aliens because they haven't done anything to we don't have any reference to actually, you know what I mean? That's my argument. So yeah. And I also call on the simulation theory too. I think that's also a lie. I think they're promoting the simulation theory to keep people in this despair mentality. Everything's a video game. Oh, that's why Elon Musk is pushing that too. I think it's all a lie. This is to control. But anyway, that's my rant over. Go ahead.
I just want to say that UFOs aren't like completely a lie, and that long-running UFO cover-ups trace back to World War II. Intelligence networks linking Operation Paperclip, the World Commerce Corporation, and Western intelligence figures to alleged secrecy surrounding the phenomenon. And it also examines the alleged Collins elite, the theory that some intelligence officials viewed UFOs as spiritual or demonic. We'll look into this in a second.
Oh God, that's the JD Vance.
Exactly. I have a video regarding this. It's very recent on Joe Rogan. Yeah. And Jack Valle's argument that the phenomenon may be less about extraterrestrial spacecraft and more about influencing human belief and culture. I didn't know about Jack Valle, funny enough, until recently when I was on Facebook, and then somebody was like, "Oh, you better look into Jack Valle and all this stuff." And I was like, "Who the fuck is Jack Valle?" And so I looked into this guy, and it's like this whole thing about, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been a while, maybe something about regression and all this like new age stuff. And to be honest, personally, I don't buy it, but maybe I'm wrong. And so yeah, let's have a look at like one X post. Over here it says the UFO cover-up is controlled by a secret society founded in 1945 by the American and British spy masters who ran Allied intelligence in World War I, funded the dynastic banking money, and built on the Nazi technology they smuggled out of a collapsing Europe. I don't know how much I buy this, to be honest.
This cannot be verified. So you have to I mean, who is this guy? This is just Michael's.
It sounds fun. Like, don't get me wrong, but like regarding credibility.
However, there is some truth. That's the problem with this, because there is some truth. Because yes, the Americans, as you mentioned, Project Paperclip, they brought on a lot of Nazi scientists who were the ones who established, the technology and the ability for NASA to get the rockets.
I think that is true. To be honest. Yeah. I think that is valid, like Project Paperclip. But the problem is that when they mix lies with truths, that's when everything kind of becomes a bit shady.
That is also the case. I don't know if it's so much lies purposely, if it's more speculated and hyperbolic speculation, because it's like you're sort of trying to connect the dots in certain cases.
Let's have a look at JD Vance, what he has to say. And to be honest, like a lot of people, like within the American government or something, like there are rumors that there are these like extremist Christians who say these alien phenomenon are demonic rather than
I think it's the evangelical
another dimension
side of the Christian, faith. Those are the ones who's like, Lord Jesus and the Holy Spirit's upon you. Let's
have a look. Is he part of them? Is JD Vance part of these guys? Let's have a look.
Something that I thought was very odd. You said that you thought that they were demons.
Okay, I did say that.
What did you mean by that?
First of all, they're not just in Christianity, but in a number of world religions. There are a number of mystical things that happened, extra-dimensional. I'm not one of these people who's like a hyper-rationalist. I think that there are things happening in the world that we're not always seeing. I believe in God. I think that there is a kind of supernatural. There are supernatural things that are happening. If you look historically, things that are similar to the alien phenomenon, where, some like strange being, it kind of looks like a human being but doesn't look like, but it's not human, shows a particular interest in human beings, and then it takes the human beings and does weird experiments on them. I think my argument is that's either bullshit, right? You're either talking to a crazy person, which I don't like. I'm not saying just because I believe in the supernatural doesn't mean I believe in everything supernatural. But if we're talking about an extraterrestrial being that is human-like but not human, that contains effectively infinite powers and is torturing human beings, you can call it an alien if you want, but I think there's a lot of historical precedent.
Why did he say torturing human beings?
To call that a demon.
A lot of these,
I think he's referencing to like abductions in some cases, or these scenarios.
Yeah.
Stories and these accounts.
We have one here on the
demonic
on the coaster.
Alien. Yeah, that's the mothership logo. A lot of these accounts are not people being tortured. They're people that are being exposed to information, like the Travis Walton story is a very famous case.
All right. Anyway, so
I actually made a reply to this on X as well. I said it's kind of rich that he's referring to people who have eyewitnesses and people who've experienced abductions and stuff, calling what they say to be bullshit, when this is a guy who claims to be, he's Roman Catholic, by the way, and he thinks they're demons. Isn't that a bit like the pot calling the kettle black in some ways? I mean, how can it makes no sense to me, like why he thinks that, but okay.
To be honest, I also remember that who was it? Anna Paulina Luna, who is like exposing like some UFOs or something, and she I can't find it right now, but I think she said something like look to the Bible or the Book of Enoch or something for some figure to explain some UFO.
It's probably the
Book of Enoch. Like this.
It's probably the Book of Enoch, because the Book of Enoch goes into like really in depth in terms of angels, and this is some reference.
But she turned it like really religious for some reason, and I found it a bit weird.
That's the problem when you are an ideologue or you're dogmatic, because in everything you will always explain away things or define things in the framework of what you've been molded into in terms of this like mindset. So if you're religious, and by religious I don't mean everybody religious may think this way, but if you're dogmatically religious, so like this Christian dogmatic mindset, or it could be Islamic dogmatic, it doesn't matter which religion, right? But just then it will automatically everything demon, and that's a spell. and that is dark-sided. She's dark-sided. Do you remember that?
It kind of reminds me of like what is it again? Sorry, microphone. The Salem witch trials or something. Like as soon as like something is like against the narrative or something they disagree with, it's a demonic. It's like against everything. And this was like throughout history, like religion against science. Like whenever science tried to explain something, it's demonic. Like these people are like claiming other things.
But it's not only like that. I mean, you can also apply this on the same side from the overly skeptic scientific establishment perspective, where it's like, no, it's fake, it's false, or it's false. It's like what did they used to say when Project Blue Book came out? You know, when they were like investigating and they said it was swamp gas. It's swamp gas. It's a weather balloon. You're going to explain everything away all the time, and it's just ridiculous. It's like sometimes, like just the testimony of the person, take it for what it is, and they're describing it like and see what they're saying. I wanted to bring something up to you if you had watched this quickly, because it actually fits into this interestingly enough. But I think I mentioned this to you some time ago. There's a very good lecture seminar from Graham Hancock, actually, who you're familiar with Graham Hancock, right? And he does this where he's talking about the mushroom cultures of our ancestors. And what I mean by mushroom cultures is where they were using psilocybin or like shaman and stuff to get to the altered states and communicating with these anthropomorphized beings or entities on another level. And then he's basically going through a whole timeline of explaining how throughout our history, maybe we've been experiencing the same thing, but interpreting it differently. So he's basically associating those entities to like ancient Egypt, the culture of like when you die, you're going to an underworld, you travel to an underworld in a vessel, and then they perform a thing, and then the whole stuff. And then also to angels and elves, trolls taking you underground, to aliens. It's a very fascinating journey that he does. This video, it's an hour long. It's very fascinating.
Yes. He was like part of a book or something.
No, I have to find it's a lecture that he did. To
be honest, I've heard something similar about what is it? Ayahuasca, like people like consuming like certain like alcohol or drugs or something, and like seeing beings and in an altered state of consciousness, or could it be like in a different dimension? Because this is what the government of the states is stating, that these beings could be of like interdimensional beings instead of like aliens from outer space.
Yeah, well, that's my belief too. I don't think it's necessarily that, we always have the habit of externalizing everything, like it's always something outside, right? But what if it's something that's always been here? This is like also a common argument of discourse within the cryptid field, when we're talking about things like, people may laugh at this, but like talking about Bigfoot or talking about, other species that could be existent, but on a different plane of existence. That's the thing. Because there's a lot of overlap here when you're talking about the paranormal and things like this.
Like different dimensions, right?
Yeah. This is the video, and it's about we're not going to show it. This is but it's great. I mean, you can look it up. Wait, if it's called Graham Hancock, Elves, Aliens, Angels, and Ayahuasca, the full lecture. It's super fascinating. When I came across this, it basically, because I had thought about similar things, but it never like pointed, and I was just amazed that, okay, he had also considered this and put it together in such a great, he uses a lot of references to give you explanations about this, and actually it does fit. It makes so much sense. So yeah, I highly recommend.
I just want to say before, when I mentioned ayahuasca, like I didn't know you were going to like bring this up, to be honest. Like I didn't know it was going to be part of this video. I didn't know that. Like this is completely new.
It wasn't planned. I'm sending it to you if you haven't watched it, because I know that you would get a lot out of this. So
to be honest, I read a book about this, like people who went to like South America and like tried different things and like saw beings. I've read like books and stuff about it.
But this in particular is interesting because he's going through our history. So when people describe angels and then elves and trolls and fairies, he's saying that they have a remarkable correlation in the mythology, because in every instance, even the gods, ancient gods, you're going into an underworld, you're going into a vessel, they're performing a ritual on you, or doing something. And this is very, very similar to like what a lot of abductees have reported. They're going into a vessel. It feels like, remember you just pointed out the other day, underwater. All, you know, there's a correlation here, symbolically, yes, or whatever you want to put it. But it's just, and I just think that this video in particular, it's like it captivates this really good. So yeah,
cool.
But what is your view in particular? Like, do you buy into this whole you know, oh yeah, this is a good article actually.
Well,
There you go.
Right. Let me talk a bit about this. Okay, first of all, I just want to say quickly that whatever instance about aliens or any narrative is that people are always going to try and take advantage of the situation. So here, out of all things, Bank of England, like this from the Independent, it's a like mainstream media, like newspaper in the UK. Bank of England must plan for a financial crisis triggered by aliens, says former policy expert. Another financial crisis? Like, how many are we going to have? Let's have a look. The UK must plan for a financial crisis that would be triggered if the US government announces that aliens exist. Why? Like, why would they do this? Like it just doesn't make sense. A former Bank of England. Bank of England is not a bank. It's like of the government.
It's a central bank, right?
Central bank. It's like the Fed of the US, but
or the ECB.
Apparently it's like completely separate from the government. It's the it's like a company that operates independently aside from the government, but like decides everything.
Yeah.
Helen McCaw, who served as a senior analyst in the financial security at the UK Central Bank, has written to Andrew Bailey, the Bank of England's governor, urging him to set out contingencies in case the White House ever confirms the existence of alien life. Like, why is it like out of nothing we're in a financial crisis?
Because this is how it works. They're trying to they're trying not to predict, they're trying to
set the narrative.
You know, basically, yeah, they're just like laying the groundwork already for, you know, in light of when it comes, that's like the thing will happen, and then the markets are all going to go catastrophic, right? Because but then the question is
uncertainty.
Well, but it goes back to our question: why? Because you got dum-dums who are buying into this spiel of like, well, alien invasion is imminent or something. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know, the War of the Worlds, Orson Welles, the radio broadcast.
Yeah. When people thought it was real, like from the radio transmission.
Right. Now, that was fiction, obviously. That's complete fiction by H.G. Wells, and Orson Welles is like, Wells. Anyway.
They created panic.
Right. But that's understandable because it was being broadcast in a way that was like real, right? And it's a fictional thing. But the problem is they're trying to do that in a different way. There's no substance to these discussions. Dr. Greer has been arguing the case that if there was superior species or intelligence, we're talking about intelligence again, right? Super intelligent AI and whatever.
Yeah.
Why would the first initiative be to, you know, attack us, to enslave us? It doesn't make any sense, because generally speaking, if you are of a higher intelligence, you would have no need for these types of things.
Exactly. You wouldn't need to create wars. You wouldn't need to attack things. It's like if we, like, as humans, if we see cows, like, why would we straight away attack it? Like, it is what it is. Like, why, if you see a tree, why would you go and chop it down? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
So it's us who are the problem, right? That's the reality. We're the problems.
Exactly.
That's what we do. That's what
Maybe
we're doing.
that's why they're hiding from us, because the only thing that humans are able to do is just attack things.
Unfortunately, in many cases, or at least in an organized fashion. And that's what I mean. This is the control dynamic of, you know, and that's why I don't buy into it, you know.
Okay, speaking of stuff we can't really explain, there was a fourth wave of like UFO files coming out, like from the United States. And what's interesting is that this looks like a machine. This looks like, okay, the bottom one looks like something made out of AI, but the top one is the actual footage.
You sure we haven't jumped the gun and this isn't the latest trailer for Far Cry?
To be honest, Steve Buscemi is in the latest.
I know. I was making a joke because it was a
joke. We were going to mention it, but hey.
Anyway.
But it's kind of absurd because a lot of people are looking at this and saying, hey, it's like human made because it has all these imperfections and it looks like a machine.
I mean, but that's the thing. I think I recall watching, it was Dr. Greer. He's been recently doing a few more interviews and stuff online.
Yeah.
You should check it out on X as well. But he's saying that more than 30%, or he's estimating more than 30 or 40% of the UFOs being seen or stuff like this are reversed engineers. They're probably from, secret projects and stuff, which I believe because it's highly possible,
To be honest, I find that kind of brilliant. Like if the human race is able to like take some alien technology and to reverse it, I find that brilliant. I just find it kind of depressing that they haven't shared it with the rest of the world. Like it just shows that how insignificant like the masses are. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that technological companies like Samsung or Apple or whatever, even like aircraft, are maybe even 10, 20, or even 50 or 100 years way in the future, but they just haven't told anyone because it just doesn't benefit them.
There is an argument that they have some of this like insane technology, and so what they're doing is they don't release it because what they're trying to do is with these companies and stuff pushing, investing, so that in their belief they can get to that stage of where that technology is.
Yeah,
and then they can surreptitiously lead it in. And there's an argument that actually that's how the microchip, I'm not saying I'm believing this, but this is a theory, and this is a commonplace in a lot of UFO circles, that from Roswell, this is how the microchip became established, because they were working at it for so long to get something, but then there was the boom of remember the boom of computers since the 50s, right?
Yeah.
Prior to that, you didn't really have it. But anyway, yeah.
To be honest, that's one thing I find absolutely fascinating, that after the 50s, the technological boom, be it from phones, be it from aircraft, be it from all these things, like I'm not really talking about microwave because that causes cancer, but I mean TVs, like TVs, radio, like we didn't have those on a mass scale before. And even like all the chips, like most people didn't even have cars like before the 50s.
Microchips are the weirdest thing. If you look, I don't know, I was always fascinated with this, but like the turn of the century between the 1800s and the 1900s, right? That was the peak of like what you could call capitalist industrialization, because that was when so many developments occurred. But the interesting thing about that is you could see the progression of that development, like electricity, between Tesla and Edison, and there was this the whole procedure of that was so insane, and so what I mean, because prior to that it was kerosene. We were all using kerosene for oil. That's John D. Rockefeller, how he became huge because of kerosene, oil. And then you also had cars, the automobile, the whole procedure of that, and But like you just said, it's just fascinating. After World War II, and then Roswell. I mean, I have to bring up Roswell, but then all of a sudden there's like, boom, computers. Microchips, this thing that was developed, and I'm just but that never had this lengthy, public type of. It was just like, this microchip now can store 20. Well, how much was it back in the day? I don't know, like 1 megabyte or something like, right? And ever since then, like you said, everything just became It's just hidden. It's not.
To be honest, I find that absolutely fascinating. Like throughout the course of history, like from like ancient Egypt or before, like in Sumeria and stuff, like we didn't have the technology we had, like even in, like through the Middle Ages and afterwards, and even up to the 1800s, like even like with the foundation of the USA, like in 1776, they didn't have any technology. Like the biggest technology were like weapons, like shooting like multiple like bullets, like for God's sake. Like what kind of technology is that? Like now we have screens. Now we like talk to people remote. Like we send like messages wirelessly, like through the invisible air and stuff. And it's absolutely insane how since the 50s, technology absolutely skyrocketed. And who knows like how much they're hiding from us in order to milk us, like to get the next iPhone, to get the next TV, to get the next everything. They probably made these way in advance, but they're kind of regressing it for people to buy things like every couple of years.
It's it. I just wanted to highlight, we were talking about like the background of like the microchip. So prior to that, you were talking about TVs and so it was vacuum tubes. That was the earliest electronic circuits that used vacuum tubes, and they acted as switches and amplifiers.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, the transistor in 1947, it was this was the predecessor to the microchip. It was the transistor at Bell Labs. Bell Labs, obviously, it's related to whatever.
Right?
Before integrated circuits existed, the engineers built electronics by wiring together individual transistors, resistors, and capacitors on circuit boards. So the integrated microchip was in 1958. This was Jack Kirby who realized this. Jack Kirby is an interesting character. Look him up. That's all I'm going to say. But that's the point that I was trying to make. It's
Kirby. Wait, I know that name.
Sorry, Jack Kilby. Not Jack Kirby. Jack Kilby. But look him up. He's interesting. It was a slip of my tongue. Jack Kilby. Look him up. It's interesting. So, but why I say so is because, like I said, the jump from transistor circuits to an integrated circuit, which is what a microchip is. I mean, I don't know if you've looked at that in the circuit. Just have a look at I need a physical image of it. If you look at the physical image and then you look into the microchip.
Well, I have an interesting thing to say about like transistors and microchips and aliens, and it's something you wouldn't expect in a million years to be involved in any of this. And I don't know if this is just a rumor or if it's something online, because there's something that I can't really verify.
Let's have a look. What is that?
And there's like a rumor that Marconi, Marconi, like with the first phones.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The Italian, right?
Exactly. Like I think he was the first one to send a message from, I don't know if it was like Morse code or a phone, like from the UK, from the Isle of Wight to the States. And he apparently headed some alien or UFO group.
Really? Okay. Let me guess. Was it called the Marconi group?
Good, because let me just look it up, because this is on the fly. This is not like scripted for this.
From what I've seen here, he laid the groundwork for radio broadcasting, maritime communications, radar, mobile communications, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and cellular networks. Okay, all right. Interesting.
But
Antonio Meucci demonstrates earlier telephone concepts in 1854. Just by the way, what is that, like a tin can or something?
Let's have a look. Let me show you this thing. I know it's on. Reddit, but still, this is like some random thing that I found now. But I found like other articles in the past, like regarding this.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just share it. So over here, the man who invented radio led Mussolini's secret UFO retrieval program refused to hand over a death ray and then suddenly died.
Wait, this is sounding very similar to like Tesla, because he was developing a death ray too. Remember?
Apparently,
yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me look at another thing. So we have like Oni and we have UFO. Let's just look this up. See if there's anything popping up.
Okay, so you want me to give you
this one? This was it. Italy recovered a UFO in 1933. Family members confirmed that Guglielmo Marconi worked in the RS-33 cabinet. And RS-33 is apparently a group. Okay, let's translate this whole site to English. I'm not saying this is fact or anything. Italy recovered a UFO in 1933. Family members confirmed that Marconi worked in cabinet RS-33.
Can I give a little bit of context in relation to that 1933 recovery thing, which you probably are familiar? Apparently, these claims gained wider attention after former U.S. intelligence official David Grush, you know, the guy who, you're right, he testified for Congress. He said that in 2023 that he had been told Italy recovered a non-human craft in 1933. I think this is where it connects to now this thing that you're talking about as well.
Okay. But apparently his daughter, who was 94, and her grandson stated that Marconi worked on Mussolini's UFO recovery program. Or something like that.
The question is, did the RS-33 actually exist?
That is a big question.
I'm looking it up.
That is a wild claim. Historians as well as ufologists found no evidence of the existence, but apparently his daughter and his grandson said he was on the project, which is kind of wild.
The thing is, some stuff has popped up, some documentation since the 90s even, but it can't be.
There's no like credible like evidence, right?
But the interesting thing is David Grush testifying about that crash, right? And I had also heard about a pre Roswell crash in Europe, which apparently I can't recall, but the Nazis were interested in.
To be honest with the Nazi thing, I did hear something about a Bell UFO, a bell shape.
Oh, that's their project, their secret project. They were trying to create. It's called the Nazi Bell. This was supposed to be some sort of project, which was supposed to I don't know, like similar to Montauk. It was like interdimensional, you know, like it could like it was because there was the Hanubal, which if you watch Iron Sky, you know those movies.
Oh, is that the Nazi on the moon?
Yeah, that's the UFO. But the Nazi Bell,
I haven't seen that, to be honest.
The word anymore, but there's a sequel now to Iron Sky. But the Bell was something entirely different. It was like a super weapon. It was more of like a and that's also alleged. But there was another crash apparently, and I don't know if the Soviets. I think the Soviets. This is pre-Roswell. The Soviets and also at one point the Nazis too. So it's interesting.
Cool.
But going back to the human condition of all of this, right? Like. Why are we so susceptible to the narratives here of fear? And do you think, for instance, okay, you just said another batch of UFO, what do you call documents are coming out. It's so interesting. We have more batches of UFO documents, but we haven't got enough to really like go into Epstein. So, what's the end game here? What do you think? Because I already told you my view, like what I think of all of this. That it's just all a control mechanism. It's just like, you know.
I think with the Epstein thing, it's a it's a larger question of who is implicated, and for some reason they're covering it up. But like regarding the UFO thing and the AI thing, there is this huge like fear narrative, and I'm not just talking about the States, I'm talking about the EU, especially, that all these laws have to be in place with AIs and everything. Like even if you go on ChatGPT, for example, and you say, hey, I want a picture with a certain politician's face replaced or something, then AI will reply to you and say, no, we can't do this because so-and-so. And it's like, you're protecting politicians? And it's like, soon, what if AIs go in, like, what if advertising is also implemented in AI? Then AI will only tell people whatever they need to know, for example, and not for their benefit, but it's a kind of brainwashing in a way.
What people often forget here is that, because that's what I was trying to mention, is that AI superintelligence is vastly different than what even general intelligence, because still at that point you have, and that's why I think everyone's vying for this right now, why so much investment is, there's like it's the new space race, right?
Yes.
You know, between the countries, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to frame AI or control it, because at this point AI isn't how do you say, it's not free, right? It's not, what I mean by that is it's not working on its own. You hear these stories about, oh, it didn't switch itself off and this, yeah, but it's still functioning through the driving force of human interaction within a framework of human data, data, by the way, which we should talk about, but like, it requires that data and it's functioning under those parameters. It's not completely liberated. It's like a revolution here. It's not free from any constraint or restriction or any human parameters by any design, that it's functioning of its own volition. Remember that. You know how they want to make it out like Terminator 2, that it's working under its own volition to do what it wants. So the reality is, and what are they doing with AI? They're applying it for militarization, for weaponization. That's what they want to use AI for, right? And that's what they want to do, same thing with outer space. So that's why my argument is exactly that. So it's like, I don't think we have anything to worry about AI or aliens. What we have to worry is about these assholes, who want to retain power and hold the reins consistently. And they'll do whatever it takes to do that. And they're using these forces. And that's why they're trying to keep us continuously. I mean, that's so.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that these guys not just want to retain their power, but they want to gain more power, like regarding this. And like, so far we had AI, but before that we had like machines that didn't have AI. But now the concern is whether robots and like automation in factories together with AI will cause an issue.
No, I sent you something. I know you want to get into. I know what you're going to get
Yeah,
into.
I'll share this link now.
No. This one is a bit longer winded. Get into what you wanted to talk about, because I know you want to get into the robotics, but I know exactly what you're getting at. Go ahead.
Right. Well, I'm a bit confused. Well, not confused, but like concerned with like where all of this is going. And to be honest, like today, I was on like one of the AI programs, and it told me that you have to be careful because, well, not be careful, but you have to consent, because a lot of your messages are being reviewed by real people. But that wasn't from the fly, in order to make AI learn better. And I understand it needs to learn better because it's at the early stages. But it's like, are we also relinquishing a lot of information to people that we do not know? And this is an important thing regarding EU's chat control, in the fact that everybody's monitoring everybody's messages, but it's not just the messages, it's also the photos and the videos, and who is watching all of these like photos and videos, and is it some external company? And it's like, why are we relinquishing all our personal data to unknowns?
It's I'll show you exactly who it is. It's this guy. It's this guy and this guy. No, I'm kidding.
Are these the Pokemon Go people like farming? No,
these
not
are
the
the
guy who was on the bike with
the-
all these phones.
No, these are the bot farms that they have like in like other countries.
Are
You know,
these
like
people
bots.
posing as sexy women in
No,
order
no,
to
they're
get people to
creating
send incriminating photos like dick pics in order to like blackmail them?
No. They're bots. They're maintaining loads of bot accounts and like post. You know, like the bots that you see.
Yeah, I know bots.
Yeah. That's
They
what they are.
pretend to be real people, right?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
With AI.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. But that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at that, and you can imagine something like
Are these people fishing for like information or fake dating sites?
I think they're just overseeing managing it. You know, this is it's a Vietnamese social media click farm. Like here, this is another. Oh God, no! Wait, hold on a second. Check it out. Look at this guy. God's sake.
Oh wow, damn! He has his own like data center.
Essentially, that's what I think it is. I don't think there's like a human who can potentially review all of that. There's no way, right? But what will happen is that they're gonna like do whatever, sometimes tests and stuff, and then they have access sometimes to certain data. But it's not like they can like, oh, I see your nudes and things. And by the way, I don't know who's sharing their nudes with bloody AI, but I mean, actually, to be honest, there's AI girlfriends and AI. Yeah, there's all sorts of AI stuff now. So yeah, you can use your imagination. But yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. That's probably what the case is. Realistically, it's like one guy in some data like center thing with like loads of things, and you know, you have to also imagine. Like I think people forget, you cannot literally quantify the amount of data that is processed in a second to even a day. I want to. Can we show something? Can you show that gaming thing?
Oh, I just wanted to share this, that even Elon Musk is saying that all human data for AI training is exhausted. Like it's difficult to like compute all this information.
You physically, like, that's why we have AI, because it can review stuff, right?
A human being can't do this.
No, there's no way.
Impossible.
And we're almost close to 8 billion people, and like just
not
think about the
happening.
amount of data. Like it's not. I mean, I think what's more problematic is having the capability, and this is where the flock cameras and all that stuff is freaking people out. Is like how they can find you. Like just like bing, bing, bing. I just type in this thing, and then they can like they can get access points to you. That's that's the more scary part of it all.
Exactly. Like so many things about AI. Even NVIDIA VP says AI costs far more than human employees, which is wild. To be honest, you would think the opposite, right?
Well, because that's the narrative that they're pushing too, right? That they're, you know, like since the beginning, haven't they been saying that AI will replace all jobs, right? And that's because of all these boardroom executive idiots on LinkedIn, like, hey, AI is great, you know? Yeah, it can do your job faster because I'm a lazy bastard and I just sit in the boardroom and I make terrible, incompetent decisions. But, you know, you're just a bunch of peons, you know? Yeah. So AI can do all of that. Look at this great movie I just made with AI. It's going to replace directors and all the film crews, and I don't even need musicians anymore either. So, you know, this is the problem, and that's the narrative they push. So everybody's freaking out. But the reality is, like, you know, we've been saying, AI needs us because they can only work within the parameters of like limited data, which is human generated, right? Otherwise, you know what's going to happen? The AI can only then work on data that's replicated from AI, and they have nothing to base or reference that onto. This is what I've been saying since day one to creatives, to not make them freak out. AI can be creative within whatever it has access to, but they don't have the original spark of creativity that humans do.
Yeah.
I don't know why people keep freaking out. And I think it's because they keep trying to associate themselves with AI. And if you do that, then I'm sorry, but then you really have to reevaluate your life and just remind yourself, maybe go outside and touch grass and realize you're an animal. You're actually an animal. You're a human functioning being, but you're also animal and you're not AI. Okay, this is why I'm pushing back against the simulation theory too, because I think that simulation theory is trying to keep people in a perpetual state of despair, thinking, oh, this is just an illusion. And, you know, okay, the spiritual aspect of that we can discuss. That's a separate thing, right? The Maya or whatever, the Hindu, I think Buddhist concept. But they keep saying this. And who's pushing this agenda? It's Elon Musk. And I needed to just show this quickly. Because just what you were saying, what is Elon Musk saying now? What you just said, right? Look at this. Look what he's saying here. Listen to what he's saying.
In 5 years, we'll have probably, so 5 years being, say, 2031, I think digital intelligence will exceed the sum of all human intelligence. That there will be, in 5 years, probably there might be let's say at least 100 million humanoid robots, but maybe 1 billion. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, and I would predict that the economy is probably twice its current size in 5, maybe 6 years. 5 to 7 years.
All right, he talks too slow.
It's exhaustive.
Basically, we have a maximum of 3 years. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but in that time, human work still generates real money. After that, most of what we currently pay with salaries will be automated until it's no longer worth paying for. The model we've known for 200 years comes to an end. I'll rent your time for 40 years and pay you a salary. That's the biggest wealth transfer in history. Right now, there's a brutal information asymmetry. And so it's just ironic based on what you showed about what he said, right? And now he's saying this. And this is my point about these people. They're flip-flopping.
Yeah.
And I don't buy it. I don't believe anything they're saying. They have no clue personally. Yes, they might be. Well,
I just want to say something, that he's the richest man on the planet. He probably knows stuff that we don't know. He can probably anticipate things. He's probably been introduced to things that we haven't been introduced to. And I'm just going to show a video like regarding this. And this was from Shenzhen. It was from 1 day ago.
I've seen some stuff like this.
Oh.
You know,
This kind of competition upgrades everything: sensors, motion control, AI decision.
All right. So basically, we're heading towards Judgment Day.
Well, Ice Poseidon, right? He just did his recent what was it? CX Big Brother house. Like this was some weeks ago, but he had a robot, literally one of those, because you can buy them. I think he said he paid 60,000 or something for it, and it's insane. But it's still so limited,
Wait. I just remembered somebody else who has a robot. Oh my god. Okay. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Just give me a sec.
It's like
what is next? Like the next thing is just ridiculous. There's always like something coming up next.
The people are going to buy into it though. Like they'll want a robot.
Of course. There's your favorite I Show Speed now. Let's have a look what he's doing.
That was the one that Ice Poseidon used. Something like that. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Let's have a look.
Speed, I'm excited to meet you. Wow. My name is Jake, but perhaps better known as...
Shit, what's up?
Wait, there was a different video. I Show Speed robot. There was a different one. There was a newer one. This one here.
Okay.
But this one is like from 9 months ago.
Let's go, bro.
$1 million. $1 million for this.
Me.
Like get inside.
You, Robert. All right, Robert. Show me.
Oh yeah. Hey, Slips. So look, chat. What's up, chat? How y'all doing? Hey. What's up, chat? It's ISO.
I mean, this kind of.
Got a yacht. What's up, man? What's up? Yer. How you know that?
Tell me, man.
What the fuck?
There's
First humanoid to robot. Me and you.
To be honest, like he also got the robot to get him a drink from the fridge. This is what I remember. But aside from that, it's kind of weird, like where all of this is heading.
They're already, and we have an article or something there, I think, on the but it's about now they're applying human brain cells with AI. So imagine, my thought is this: has anyone ever considered like what it feels like? Well, okay, AI doesn't feel, but imagine if you were in that body of the robot and you're being treated like that would be just like complete like hell. That's like, and I'm just wondering when they're messing around with human brain cells, right? They're implementing they're developing human brain or from actual human brain cells to work with AI. Imagine they start putting that into a robot. That's just like, that's freaky as hell.
It's just weird, like combining everything together.
Is the end game to put consciousness? Because that's another thing they're working on, to upload consciousness, to imagine that, to implement
possible?
So that all these people, who I'm talking about, they can like live for eternity.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know, but
Some sci-fi stuff.
Yep.
All right, I just want to like cover something before we get into the React section next.
Maybe we take one 5-minute break beforehand that?
No, I think we should like cover this before the break.
No, that's what I mean. I just meant like a 5-minute break after that.
Let's cover this next section on Asmongold.
Okay.
And then head in, like take a break, and then we do the movie section and then the React section.
Yes. Yeah, we got time. Come on. How are you doing? You managing? Cool. All right. I'm just here just like, yep. All right.
Fine. So you know this better than me, that's for sure. Even though I do watch a hell of a lot of like Asmongold videos, I am guilty of that, to be honest. So give me your take on this, because I for sure, even though I follow the guy, I know he's not always right.
No, and that's the thing. I think I used to appreciate him and certain people like him as well. Like there have been others who weren't really in the political, framework of things online, because they just treaded lightly into it, and they would give very nuanced opinions at certain points.
Yeah.
However, it's become the thing, as you know, that it's with the reactions and so forth, that it gets much more engagement, much more views, and so obviously it's come to the point of being very. I'm trying to find where was it? This was before, right? The Asmongold thing.
I just want to tell our viewers that Asmongold is, or rather, was famous for being a gaming streamer, especially for World of Warcraft. But lately, he's been like talking about news to the point where he has like millions of views for stating his own opinions on current events.
Yeah, he's moved what I would say realistically would be to the right. I'm not going to say he's far right, I'm not saying that.
He's definitely not on the left. He's not a liberal. He's not a Democrat. That's for sure. He's more like right-leaning, not extreme right, but like right-leaning for sure.
Right. And he tends to cover, obviously, a lot of the, online personalities which are on the right or are conservatives, for instance. And his current take, which you can play because this is I think it's the original clip. His original video clip, this clip, I think, caused a bit of controversy because it's this position which, is going to automatically alienate a lot of his viewers, because the problem here is it's kind of in a way mimicking the left. The left will complain about the 1% on the top, which whatever the hell you want to call it, right? And now it's like the right is now using this same rhetoric, but in a different way. So the blame is now being the blame is being pushed basically on the impoverished.
One sec. Let me just try and zoom in a bit, make it easier for our viewers.
That's good. Yeah.
Intelligent and smart people. The problem, people are really not going to like this. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society. And the bottom 2% of society have caused all of the manifest problems in your lives are caused by the bottom 2% in society. Intelligent.
All of the problems.
This is the most bottom 2%. Yeah, this is the most out of touch. People don't know that this guy's a millionaire, and he mostly spends his time at home.
He lives like a hobo, yet he has like millions.
Yeah, but the point is, like, he's not like he has a good life. Like, he lives at home. He's kind of shut off from. He doesn't know what it's like literally on the streets. He's not living that life, you know. He's not there. He's not on the streets. He's not experiencing. So for him, it's easy to sit behind the screen and react to things. And
even though he has shoplifted before, I think.
I don't know, but yeah, if that's the case, I can equally say the same thing about Hassan Piker, about anyone else, and that's someone on the left. But the point is, this disconnected, perspective, it's so ridiculous because you know where this is coming from? This is coming from, unfortunately, this rhetoric being pushed by people of the same, let's say, class. I hate to use that term, and now people are going to say, he's a communist, a Marxist. It's no. People like Andrew Tate, people also like who he considers himself on the right. It doesn't matter. Anyone of the let's call them the economically privileged class, where they don't have to worry about a lot of things because they can get by. They're not worrying about utilities or energy or food costs, right? Asmongold's not worried about that, and yet he eats atrociously. But for them, it's the lower 2% because they make their lives inconvenient. Oh, I'm just driving down the street, and my chauffeur's driving my car, or I'm driving my Lamborghini, and all of a sudden there's this tramp on the middle of the street, and he's dying on the street. He's an inconvenience to me. Now I can't get to my to my convention where I'm going to meet all the people from the real world, or whatever the hell he calls this thing. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, oh, these are the people inconveniencing me. It's the bottom 2%. That's what they're saying. And he says it's not the 1% oppressing you. But wait a second. Who are the people who it's a trickle down system, my friend? Who are the people who've created the system, the framework for all of this? I mean, we were just talking about who's instilling the fear right now. I mean, somebody wakes up all of a sudden and says, you know what? I think I'm going to be poor. I'm going to try to deal drugs just to survive. And I'm just going to try to make ends meet and hope to God I don't get shot by a gang or something. Like, get real, dude. You have no goddamn clue. You got no god. And it's not only that. Go to other countries. Go to India. Go to goddamn Mozambique. Go to Brazil. Go see what life is like over there, my friend. It's the bottom. Oh my God. Anyway. I had to. It's an outrageous take. It's a terrible one. I just think it's so ridiculous.
Before we go on break, I just want to say my own take.
Yes, please. Actually, this was more for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, because I've been following Asmongold for a while, and he's like more on the right and everything, and he goes like against immigrants and stuff, and he doesn't go so much against the government for accepting the immigrants and accommodating them or like integrating them or something like that. He's like straight away, it's the immigrants' fault, and that's kind of the recurring rhetoric of the right.
Illegal. I just want to cover, because I don't want you to be then like clipped and then like
okay.
He's not saying yeah. Okay,
so fair enough. Good point. Thank you for pointing that out. I am also against illegal immigrants. I am not against immigrants. I am against illegal immigrants. Okay, fair enough. But
I don't.
But you cannot like say the poorest people of the country are at fault for for more stuff than the richest people are, because the richest people have like trillions and billions and God knows what. They can accommodate the 2% lowest easily, like without even thinking about it. Like it's nothing for them. Like it's a complete nothing burger. So like imagine how much money you have in your wallet. Say you have like $100. Like if you give $2 out of the $100 to people and make their life amazing, what is that? It's nothing. So just anyway, whatever. I just want to say that's completely nonsensical what he said, and he's completely out of touch.
It's like I said, it's out of touch. Like I mentioned, yeah. And the thing is, I just want to put one stipulation here, just to clarify. Edge didn't mean to say that Asmongold was against immigrants. He's criticized illegal immigrants. He's mentioned that in the past on his stream.
Yes. Yeah.
But on one final note, I think you and me can agree that we have obviously there's a lot of dumb people. There's a lot of idiots, and then we say like, these stupid people and stuff. Everyone does that, right?
Exactly.
But
I've also like in the past, I also pointed out like Arnold Schwarzenegger's interview video on The View, for example, when he actually pointed out to Whoopi Goldberg and friends that that he himself was an immigrant, and that he like his way of thinking is that immigrants should kind of integrate themselves, but also be integrated and also work for what they should. But like saying that the poorest people are at fault for like more so than the richest people is ridiculous. It's kind of like what you said about like drug dealers, for example. Say you take a guy from Skid Row in California, right? Who like lives under a bridge in a shopping cart, and saying they are more at fault than, I don't know, a billionaire or trillionaire in the States. It's completely like out of touch.
Who also deal drugs. I mean,
let's not go there. But yeah.
But the only thing is, it's unfortunately it's all about who has access and privilege the most, the lower 2% or the higher 1%. So
exactly.
You can't say they're the ones
more power. Ultimately,
power. That's it. Exactly. And they have no power because I can just shut them out. But those other guys, I have no idea what they're doing, because everything they do affects the whole spectrum, from the stock market to the God knows what, right?
Exactly.
I don't think the 2% are ones causing conflicts and wars, by the way. Let's put that into context right now. Who's initiating the wars and the conflicts? Huh? Anyway.
All right, cool. Let's go for a 10-minute break. Before I say that, like, be sure to follow, like, subscribe, comment, do all that stuff on all our social medias. You can find all the links on our YouTube channel. And so yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, and we'll be talking about movies, and we have a great React section coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every new day. We are live. Transmission established. We are live. ENDtv.
Every new day. We are live.
We are back from the break. All right. So welcome back to the Chill Stream. Remember to follow, like, subscribe, leave a comment. And here we are in our segment where we're going to be talking about movies, what we think about them, how we're going to criticize them in a positive or negative way. And we're going to have like some fantastic reactions to some video clips. So what do you think, Bird? What shall we start with?
Oh, we can talk about the movies we've seen so far, and then that gets into the broader discussion of
all right, cool,
the state of entertainment and culture today, I guess.
What movie do you want to start with?
Well, let's start with Project Hail Mary, because everybody's been telling me, they were telling me to check this out, much like a hyped film. And I generally don't like watching movies when people are hyping it. It was the same with Donnie Darko and I forget which other movie. Oh my God! But then I did watch it, and like Donnie Darko, I did enjoy it. I just don't like watching. Okay. Well, I'm surprised you didn't like it, because for me, that's probably the best film I've watched in this year and like for a while. But maybe why don't you first say what you didn't like about it? Because I can break down exactly everything why I found this movie good.
Perfect. Okay, so let's start with the actor Ryan Gosling. Okay. Aside from his hot wife Eva Mendes, who's in Fast and the Furious, let's focus on Ryan Gosling. I think his first role, or his first major role, was as a young Hercules, back in the day of the 90s. You remember Hercules and Xena? He was in a spin-off of Hercules, young Hercules. Then he was famous. Then he was famous for The Notebook. But he's played in some interesting movies
Drive. Drive was the big breakout one, I think.
Yeah, I think he also recently had a really good movie last year, or before last year, as a stunt actor or something, stunt double, something like that. But it was pretty interesting, I thought. So I don't think he's necessarily a bad actor or anything like that. And
you mean The Fall Guy, right?
Fall Guy, that's the movie. Thank you.
With Emily Blunt, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And all right, so let's talk about Project Hail Mary. So personally, okay, this is what I think. Okay, then Bird will think, will say how he sees it. All right, Project Hail Mary is like a sci-fi movie, and it kind of reminded me of a Space Odyssey, where you see a guy in a spaceship, out in space. And for me, it kind of had a similar trope, whereby he kind of doesn't remember initially where he is or what's going on. So it kind of brings back so he kind of has to have these flashbacks of where he comes from and everything. And then out in space, he kind of figures things out. It has nice visuals. It kind of reminded me a bit of Gravity, which has
Sandra Bullock
correctly, Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, where there are these amazing space visuals of these space stations and the helmets, and don't get me wrong, the outfits and the whole scenery of out in space and the space station are fantastic. And it kind of brings you into the scene and into the movie. into the.
You're talking about Project Hail Mary, right?
Yeah, Project Hail Mary. Like you feel kind of like integrated into the movie, and you kind of like reason with the actor Ryan Gosling. However, like the flashbacks kind of like interrupt the momentum of the movie. That's how I felt, and it kind of like the flashbacks also show that he's like a teacher, and like he's being approached by like agencies regarding this alien threat, which is like linking like which go from like the sun to Venus, and they kind of like reproduce, and they're kind of wondering what's going on, and they sent him like light years ahead, like into space, to a point where he can't return, and he kind of wakes up where all his space crew is dead, and then he kind of like meets this alien, and
spoilers.
Sorry.
Forgot to say. Maybe.
Sorry. But he needs to make an important decision, and this is like critical to the whole movie. And he has a decision to make, whether it's one or the other, and it's kind of critical, but it kind of feels like introspective. But it's kind of like, for me, it felt like a slow burn movie. That's the thing that kind of got to me. I'm not good with slow burn movies. This is a thing. So I kind of like need to chill out and like chill the fuck out, because I'm not good with these. So I'm ready for this. Wasn't ready for a slow burn movie. If I was ready for a slow burn movie, I'd be like this, like just chilled out. But I was like on the edge of my seat, like from day one, and like not from day one, from the first second, and I was like attentive as fuck. I was like, okay, I don't take drugs, but it was like, imagine somebody on coke, like on speed, like ready, like watching, attentive, and I was like attentive for a slow burn movie, and it kind of like was kind of uneven.
So you thought it was underwhelming?
I thought it was complete. Well, I thought it was too slow. I think the movie could have been a lot shorter for what it was. I think the actor was fine. I think the visuals were fine. I think just the story and the directing could have been maybe condensed.
Okay.
Or maybe the thought process between like behind the whole thing, like what they wanted to get across, could have been better at the end.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay, I'm just checking to confirm. All right, I can see where you're coming from, maybe with the length of the movie. It is, but this is now a going trend right now, where they're extending films at this point. I think even a lot of Marvel movies are extended. So it runs at 2 hours 36 minutes, by the way. That's
I also want to say that I also didn't like Gravity.
Really? You didn't like Gravity?
I love the visuals. I just didn't like the story.
You like sci-fi?
And well, I do like sci-fi, but I like alien, like proper action sci-fi.
Okay, but that's action sci-fi. So you like action sci-fi, but like
I appreciate the visuals. I just didn't like the narrative.
Wait, this is a litmus test here. Have you watched 2001: Space Odyssey?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't like that, did you?
I did like it because I took into account the time, the era that it came out.
No, but that's like that's like slow. That's like
it's slow. It is slow, but I took into account.
When I started to watch that when I was younger, it took me 3 tries. Okay, I can even admit to that. It's one of my favorite science fiction movies, but it took me 3 tries because I fell asleep. So like that's a slow goddamn burn like never before. And
I thought Hail Mary was slow.
Not compared to 2001. Come on. Like, but okay. I hear you. Like, you feel it's a slow burn.
Okay.
I mean, I think the thing is but wait, hold on a second. You didn't like Gravity, but Gravity's action packed. It's total suspense intense. I'm not following what you're saying here. I'm confused. Like, because Gravity, I can understand maybe where you're coming from with Project Hail Mary. All right. But Gravity, because you like action sci-fi, which I get. Like, okay, let me guess, Alien or Aliens, Event Horizon.
Aliens, the second Alien.
Okay, here's the question: you prefer Aliens or Alien? Aliens.
Okay, I prefer Aliens with an
It's an
S.
action
The second
sci-fi.
one.
Yeah.
I did appreciate the founding of Alien by Ridley Scott, but the James Cameron of Aliens I thought was a lot better. With the alien queen and all this stuff.
What? Alien is the epitome of horror. It's like the haunted house in outer space. It is the anyway. Okay, we're not talking about Alien.
I also want to say that I was in a Ridley Scott movie.
Oh yeah, I remember you showed me. Yeah, this was some time ago.
And in fact, when the movie finished, like wrapping the first time, like I saw Ridley Scott like in front of me. Like,
wasn't that Kingdom of Heaven? Was it that one?
I have an NDA. I'm not allowed.
No, you can mention which movie though. You don't. NDA just means you can't talk about like certain things.
Oh, okay. I was in All the Money in the World with Kevin Spacey before he was replaced by Christopher Plummer because of his not PDF, like shower stuff, whatever he was doing.
It was kind of anyway, yeah. Anyway, getting back to Project Hail Mary. So most movies nowadays are long. What we've forgotten, and maybe it's this Mandela effect. It's kind of crazy. I'm starting to forget some things, and then I find out about it, and I'm like, wild. It's insane. But if you look back at also older movies, they're longer too. It's just that we forgot about it because for some reason, for a while, movies were like shorter. They're like an hour long or something like this. But it does run at 2 hours 36 minutes. One of your critiques, which I think makes sense because it's not like he just forgot all of his memories and it was an excuse for the flashbacks. It's because it was a self-induced coma which he had to be put under because there would be no way for him, for them to, for the amount of time or length of time that he would be. Okay, yes, this is fiction, but we still have to use some sort of reason, right? He's going to a far out galaxy and they found out this tech. Have you got the
Sorry,
IMDb?
I just wanted to show myself off here.
Wait, accept the cookies first. Take the cookie. Take the cookie. Put the cookie down.
I rejected that. This is me.
There you are.
All right. So this is like proof that I'm here. All right.
What I wanted to say was that so that I love a movie in terms of storytelling. I approach a movie from storytelling always. And if you can engage me, I mean, that's one thing that you did say positively. You were engaged, you were immersed. And that's a very important thing with storytelling, regardless of like you didn't vibe because it was too slow or this or that. But that's one thing that is a key component of what I liked about it remarkably, because it's one of the few movies that I could get immersed and engaged. And I wasn't constantly like saying, and it was kicking me out of the whole thing.
We feel detached, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I hate that about a lot of movies because it's just annoying. So this was very, very well crafted. It's a debut like film from two filmmakers, which I think is remarkable for what they've done. Not the debut film, but it's a debut like big film that they've made. They've made other things, but wait, who are they? Sorry, it's Phil Lord and Christopher Miller. And what I liked about it is everything fit. It just made sense. It wasn't trying to make excuses or trying to play it into this way or the other, which is often the case, which is very formulaic or very like cheating. And it's definitely not formulaic, because what I liked about this, particularly in this movie, is that, like I said, just to explain that part again, the self-induced coma was necessary because he's going from Earth or our galaxy, the solar system, the Milky Way, whatever the hell you want to call it, to another one, because he's trying to investigate why there's this thing going on, which is about I forgot what it was. Do you remember the name of what it was called? It's basically, he's a science teacher. He wakes up on the spaceship and we're following it through his perspective, but he's lost his memories because when you're in a self-induced coma, you tend to lose your memory. It takes time, depending how long you've been under, right? Depending. Some people even come back knowing another language. It's wild. That's a whole other topic that's very fascinating. But Anyway, he uncovers a mission to stop a mysterious substance which is killing the Earth's sun, and realizes that an unexpected friendship may be the key. That's the alien that you brought up. Spoilers, by the way. But so he has to go to this other galaxy, because every other galaxy around our own is suffering the same problem, where this weird, mysterious substance, I forgot the name of it in the movie, but it's basically eating the sun, right? Yeah. But it's also being driven towards Venus, if I stand corrected, because I watched this already some time ago. And there's one galaxy which is not being affected. So, they send him out. I don't know. They have this technology to send him out there. I forgot how. They explain it properly. They do it in a reasonable way, not this like loosey-goosey, like, well, in Area 51, we have this technology, like this type of stuff. And, he wakes up, and of course, like two of the other, he's not sent because he's a science teacher. He's sent because he got involved because of his theories, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole that's why it's interesting to have the memories, to come back.
I did find that funny that he was a science teacher and he didn't know if stuff was actually required. Like, I did like that humane aspect of it. Like he was hired, but he was like, is this appropriate? Like, is this necessary? I did like that.
Yeah, they had to send him because the other people died, right, in that explosion. So he was like the last straw. And there's so many. The thing I love about this movie is that there's so many interesting messages that it critiques, and it is specifically because that's what we do here at ENDtv, that we criticize authority. And this is exactly the case where the character who's in charge of this whole mission project is Eva Strat, right? And but this is very human, like how they characterize all these people. So she's the head of this entire mission, and in a roundabout way, he doesn't go voluntarily on this mission. He doesn't want to go, but he's the only one that can, because all these other people died, and he's been involved with the whole preparation and the mission. They're preparing all this because for like I don't know how many years, because they have to send out this ship, and the rocket or whatever the hell it's going to take. How many, like something like several years.
Like it's impossible for them to come back or something.
They can't delay. And it's also, and they can't delay this because they have like 30 years before the world becomes cold and everyone's going to starve. Like I think it's like she says, like a third of the population is going to die or something like this. And he's like begging, saying like, there must be another way. Like, what about the governments? Why can't everyone? And he's like, no, because nobody wants to work together to help the world. I love that, because that's basically reinforcing the fact that it's the fault. By the way, Asmongold, the 1%, the fault of these people who won't come together to help out the rest of the world.
Yeah,
because of this situation, which is outside of our control. It's this weird substance that's eating, right? And a third of the world's population will die, right? Oh, what does she do? She then forces him. They force him. They literally pin him down, inject him, and they put him in. And she is a perfect example of by any means necessary. But in my view, it's not, that's the thing. They function on a Machiavellian level, but it shouldn't be that, because I know there's that whole theory that if it's sacrificing one to save billions, no, that's not good enough. You lead by you set the example. He should volunteer to do so. But anyway, he goes, well, he has no choice, right? He wakes up and he loses all, he's not used to, he's never done this before. And he's basically catching his memories and he's reclaiming them. And I think that's a very interesting way, if you're going to bring flashbacks and stuff, how to do it properly, at least, because at least it's consistent with the storytelling. And what I liked about the visual storytelling is just also the messaging at the very end of the film. This is a very different film from most science fiction movies out there, even ones that I like, where the ending has a very good, interesting, positive note. Most movies, whenever they depict aliens or any other life forms, it's always in a negative way and stuff like this. I loved that whole dynamic. I'm not going to reveal too much because I think people really should watch it. The whole dynamic. I also loved that the depiction of the creature character in question was completely alien to anything that was typical of what people are accustomed to.
It was different. Yes.
Entirely. I love that. And the whole thing was just so fascinating. It was so, I was like 100% invested and I loved it. And I really liked, I don't want to say it, but the until the end, it was not what you expected of a movie like that. And I thought that was great. And this is a movie that really, I think, is a positive movie. It's a movie you can show the kids, because this is a movie you can learn a lot about. And it's about real humanity. It's about compassion. It's about cooperation. I love that fact that we're not seeing enough of that. And I'm even surprised that this movie came out to begin with. But it's a beautiful story. And I think it's something unique and different from all the other stuff that we're seeing out there. And I really enjoyed it at the end. I was really, really impressed. And actually, even to the very, very end, I really didn't expect, but I thought that was great as well. I thought it's just a nice, fully well-rounded story. And I haven't come across something like that for so long. Like, I've read some stories like this, but not seen it in a cinematic way. So that's why, you know, everything else, yeah, production value, acting, and everything, like, yeah, but all great, you know. But even the cinematography, the music, everything, it's just a good, well-rounded story and movie. And, you know, for me, it's very rare to come across something like that and say, like, well, that's one of the best, or not only entertaining, but best films I have come across for a while, in at least this year and maybe even last year. So,
all right, well, I'll agree with the end that it is different, and I'll agree with that you can take your kids to it as well.
I think it's a good movie that actually has some great values that you can, you know, educate others with. You can learn a lot. It's not your typical type of film that you would expect, a sci-fi film like this. And that's what I love about it. It's very, very different. And I think it's very teaching in many ways. So, and I think probably it's how people reacted to also Avatar, you know, because I didn't really get into Avatar because I got into it because of my brother, because I had to go to the cinema to watch the third one, then I had to watch the first two, you know, this whole thing.
Yeah,
they're good. They're good stories and stuff like that. They're good stories, and it's very, also there's like a lot of messaging in it and all this stuff, and I like what it's trying to say,
like the environment, nature, and stuff.
Yeah, and also the military-industrial complex, ironically enough, right?
Absolutely. That's amazing.
And that's what I like about this movie, because this movie isn't pulling any punches. It's actually, and it's not doing it in a very provocative way as well. Like, it's not trying to, like, it's just very, like Strat says, oh no, they won't work together. Because it's a fact that, like, the governments of the world, they won't come together, even in an existential crisis like this. So it's very real. It feels very real, and it's very immersive and engaging, and I would highly recommend it. And to me, it's like, I give it, you know what? I'm going to give it 9 out of 10. That's my rating, because it deserves 9 out of 10. It deserves 9 out of 10.
Just because of the pacing.
It deserves 9 out of 10 because of the story, and the story is very unique. It's not something that you're going to come across easily. I'm sorry. So
right.
I recommend
I'll
it.
give you that, but I'll give it 6 because of the pacing. But it's fine.
Jesus, what do you get? Okay, no problem.
All right, let's move on to the next movie that we'll disagree about.
Oh God, please don't tell me. What are you gonna? Which one is it?
He-Man. I call it He-Man, but other people call it Masters of the Universe.
All right, Masters of the Universe. So,
are we both Xennials? This is what I want to ask first of all.
Are we what? What?
Are we Xennials? Like, are you born between?
Yeah, between the late 70s and the early 80s. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember it when I was growing up, even the toys and everything. But I also remember I think it's the 1989 movie. Is it 1989? You know, the original with Dolph Lundgren, which I rewatched, by the way, after I watched this one.
But I've mainly watched the cartoons, to be honest.
I also remember but I recall very well the one with Dolph Lundgren.
1983 cartoon, yeah.
And I had to 1987. I had to rewatch it after this.
All right. Shall I just say my opinion first again?
Go for it. Yeah.
So I was born in the 1980s, like early 1980s.
Same. Yeah.
And cartoons back then were very important, like, to me, like, as a kid growing up. And they also impacted my life. So I watched, I think the first cartoon I've seen was He-Man, maybe Centurions, Transformers, Jason the Wheel Warriors, Ulysses 31, Mask, like with the cars and all this stuff.
That's great.
And
Jason the Wheel Warriors was with the plant stuff.
Exactly, the masterminds and all this stuff.
Teenage Mutant. I was the same like you. I think that's one thing we share.
And Ninja Turtles later on, yeah.
All those
Exactly.
cartoons were great. Yeah,
and they were great. I didn't watch so much G.I. Joe, but I knew what it was.
I also didn't as much. True.
Maybe it's us in Europe. So I want to say that He-Man was like one of my very first cartoons, together with Thundercats. To be honest, like short story when I was a kid, when I was around 5 or 6, I was like with a bunch of kids at school, and I was like Lion-O, and all the other kids were like other characters like Tiger and Cheetara and stuff, and we were like under this like short wall, and where it was our lair, like our Thundercats lair.
Right.
And for some reason, I forgot that there was like a ceiling, and I lifted my head and I banged it as Lion-O, and then I woke up in the infirmary of the school, and I turned into Mamara with this like band-aid like around my head. I was like unconscious, and I woke up as like fucking Mamara with like band-aids around my head. But anyway, what I want to say, He-Man. Let's go back to the topic, like or Masters of the Universe.
By the way, making a movie of Thundercats. It should be released as well. They're going to come out with a movie as well. Just
I wouldn't mind like auditioning for Lion-O. I'm just saying. But anyway,
that would be cool.
So yeah, back to
the Masters of the
Universe. Prince Adam, Masters of the Universe. It's a big movie to live up to. So apparently, this movie might not be targeting the young audience. It might be targeting 40-year-olds based on nostalgia to show their kids or stuff like that. It has like a lot to live up to. In fact, He-Man's like arch or main enemy is Skeletor. In this movie, Skeletor was played by Jared Leto, known for Requiem for a Dream, but also his band 30 Seconds to Mars. He kind of looks like Jesus or something, or being part of a cult. Yeah. Exactly, cult, or having like small like girl followings, or the Joker, which was like an absolute failure or something like that.
That was so from was Suicide Squad, right? I think that was the movie he played the Joker.
Exactly. The first Suicide Squad, the first like Harley Quinn. The second one wasn't so bad, but the first one was.
But his portrayal was just. Anyway, I'll get into it after.
Exactly. So luckily for this Masters of the Universe, Skeletor didn't look anything like Jared Leto. So they completely, so Skeletor was Skeletor as he is, even though they added like red little lights to his eyes. Although Masters of the Universe did have a lot of other enemies, like Lockjaw and like with a hook and everything like that. It showed, spoiler, it showed a bit of what is his name? Cringer, Battle Cat, a bit of that. But like in all these like nostalgia movies, kind of like in the Mario Brothers of the 90s, they kind of have to link it to the real world and show the people in an Earth planet setting to bring them like to the fantasy world.
But you have to explain like their reasoning of how they did it in the movies.
Okay. Like at the beginning, there's Prince Adam as a kid, and then he's like sent to the Earth, and then he kind of has to figure out how to get back to Eternia. But as he's like talking to a shrink or something, like he's not being taken seriously because it sounds completely absurd that he's like coming from a world like with swords and like fantasy and all this stuff,
royalty and all this stuff. And
and one thing I'll mention is that they do kind of make fun of it. It's not like a serious fantasy take. It's like a lighthearted thing for people to get into. One thing I'll mention is that there's a character, what's her name? Tia, and her father, Man at Arms, is like race swapped. Like in the cartoon, he's white. In the movie, he's played by Idris Elba, who's clearly a black man. He's a great actor. Like, I have nothing against that. I'm just stating that he is race swapped. I'm not sure why exactly. Like, maybe I think in movies they should make other characters for people of other races. I understand that maybe.
I didn't really care about that. I don't think it made, like, in this context, like it does, like it's like when they did it with like what's his name in Marvel, Samuel L. Jackson. What's his name?
To be honest, I don't mind so much because Idris Elba did such a good job at.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I was like, meh.
Yeah. Okay. But that wasn't like such a good. That wasn't such a big thing. And to be honest, like the final fight with He-Man and Skeletor was a bit like over the top, like with a slow motion, like punches and whatnot.
Talking about slow burn.
To be honest, I thought the movie had a lot of action going for it, and I don't believe it had. I don't think it should. I don't think it deserved so much hate that it had. Like, I would easily rate it like an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
And I saw it at the cinema, to be honest.
Okay, maybe that's different, but I hate cinemas nowadays. But
all right.
But you like, I guess it brought you back nostalgia and it and all these things. Yeah. And I'll give you that it does do a lot of references.
And it was like child friendly as well, although it did have a lot of action and
it was a bit harsh, I would say. But
to be honest, like with Prince Adam, like going back to He-Man, because like Prince Adam on Earth, he was like, as a kid, he was like sketching all his like figures of Eternia. And it kind of like put me back in the place of not being Prince Adam, but like being back in the 80s of like trying to remember back the characters of back in the day. And I think that's what the reasoning was behind him, like trying to remember back all the characters and all the places and stuff, like jotting down, because the people who are 40 plus, like of this year, like have trouble remembering like back in the 80s, like what was actually happening. And I think that was an interesting link.
No, that's true. I would agree.
But I'll end it there. Yeah, that's my thought.
I didn't hate it. I don't, but I didn't think it. I would say it's entertaining. It's like a cheese ball film. It's a cheese ball film, and what I mean by that is like you have cornball, cheese ball. Cheese ball is like it's like it's a film that you can like, you know, you can just sit down, you can watch, and the best thing I can compare it to, and that's what it reminds me of more so, because I wasn't a huge fan. It sounds like you were more of a huge fan of He-Man than I was. I didn't really care so much. Like I loved I also grew up with cartoons, but I loved other ones, right? I mean, I was aware of He-Man, I would watch, but to me, this incarnation of it, and that's why I wanted to watch the other one from the 80s again, but this incarnation of the Masters of the Universe, it felt too much like one of the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies. There's way too much CGI. There's something which actually, I don't know if we have time about it, but we can always discuss it another time, where movies nowadays, they're feeling less and less like they're real. And the problem with that is that, and you grew up in the 80s too, so you know this, like a lot of the fantasy and sci-fi movies from that time, yes, it was surreal and stuff, but there was this realness to it, like Labyrinth and The Princess Bride and Legend, and like there's this thing. And even the Masters of the Universe movie, even it's not the greatest thing in the world, there's still this element to it. This lacks it. And that's what I'm so sick of this. It's not bad. Obviously, it's high production value, but it's just MCU. It's like Marvel that, you know, like, and I have more, but okay.
I just want to insert that I agree with your point here, in that in the 80s, films did feel more real indeed. And you get films like Flight of the Navigator or Explorers and stuff like that, or even the Goonies, and it felt more real without all these effects and stuff.
Well, the CG, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It just feels like it's so disappointing, because you have that reference of the 80s because that's where it grew, where it came from. And so why not bring that into the production design? Why not bring that into the, like give it that flair? It's lacking it. It's just, it's such a shame. And I find that disappointing that they didn't do that. And the other major problem I have is I felt He-Man as the character was made out to be way too dumb. I don't care about like when it comes to fantasy to some degree and other things. The whole thing about like casting I think is important, but there are like areas where it doesn't really matter. Like who's playing the character. That's why I said Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson did a damn good job. Wesley Snipes as Blade. I don't care about these things as much. I don't like clutch at my pearls like, oh my God, the Little Mermaid is like. Obviously, the studios are doing this as well to a certain degree because they know it's going to provoke. But in this case, I don't think it was the case. I think it's just maybe Idris Elba was like a fan. I don't even know, like, and he was just into it, and also he's a great actor, as you said. And I thought it was okay. Now, the one casting decision I think was terrible and atrocious was Jared Leto. The guy is a terrible villain. I'm sorry, he's not a good villain. He was terrible as the Joker. That was atrocious. And Skeletor, he was terrible. And that's the other thing I hated.
To be honest, I want to agree with you that it could have been any actor. It didn't have to be Jared Leto.
Yeah, and what upset me the most is his portrayal of Skeletor. Because yes, I know what you mean about the appearance-wise, I didn't mind. It's the voice. What the hell happened? So let me explain something to you.
Should it be like more English, like like
Damn you, He-Man!
Yes.
Until we meet again.
Or having more jokes, perhaps?
No, that's his voice. He's got this high pitch. Until we meet again. And instead, what did we get? It's like, I think you were born in the darkness. I am Skeletor. Yeah. And that's not only that, but it's like when you apply the Bane voice. By the way, everybody was thinking it was.
I agree with you with that. I hate the Bane voice, by the way.
You have the Bane voice, and then you make Skeletor really dumb. Like the way he acted was so stupid. He's just like, oh yes, I'm Skeletor. Oh, it just bro, it didn't flow at all. That's why I had to watch the original. And you know what? Maybe the original ain't that great in terms of effect. But that Skeletor there sounded better, even if it wasn't exactly the high-pitched voice, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, they got it. He's just, no. And everyone claiming that Jared Leto did a great job. No, he didn't. That's not a great job. It was awful. And everyone else, fine. But this is a forgettable movie. It's not something that's going to go down in, like, oh, my God. And that's what I mean. Yeah. It's like these Marvel movies. It's just another cash grab. Now they're doing a Thundercats. I'm telling you, it's going to be the same. It's like the Transformers movie. Can you remember anything from any of the Transformers movies? I can't. I can't even tell you anything from the Marvel movies. It's just like boom, bada boom, bada boom. It's just like it's excessive, just production of all these movies, CGI, blah blah blah, extravaganza.
I absolutely hated Michael Bay's like Transformers. I thought there were like too many details, like when they were transforming. They were trying to make it too realistic. Just keep it like the cartoon, like more flat or more like G1.
And that's the thing. I just was just a bit meh. So I watched it. I thought, yeah, there's entertaining parts, but the part, Skeletor's character, He-Man's character as well, annoyed me too much. Like just
they did have a weird Skeletor part, like towards the end when he was like going into He-Man's mind, like with the Office and breaking the fourth wall type weird thing.
I feel this is how, like, there's the references and things like you mentioned. Dolph Lundgren appears, and that's a nice like little hat tip.
Well, they had that just for a link, just for approval. I saw through that. To be honest, I didn't really.
But the thing is, like, I just still feel it. This is a typical Hollywood weird film, and you rated it 8. I think that's
right. Just cashing in on nostalgia.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing all the time. And so for me, it's like it's a movie that you can watch, and you can passively watch, like I do sometimes with these Marvel movies and stuff, like hero movies. Is it wow? No. Ain't like you don't watch that and go like, oh my god, that's the masters of the universe. You know, like whoa. Like I don't get that at all from this. Like I didn't have any vibe of like be like wow. I'm back into the 80s, you know, like it's the
Not like
He-Man.
best movie ever.
There's good moments in it and all that stuff, but altogether, I just felt it's a bit meh. And like, I wouldn't rate it 8. I give it like really just a passing 6. And it's not because it's badly produced or anything. I give it a passing 6 only because it is forgettable. And it's like, I won't remember any of this until the next sequel comes up. And then the next sequel, you know, like that's the only reason that this thing will be remembered in that regard. But, you know,
Next movie. What do you think of The Devil Wears Prada 2?
Did you watch that?
I haven't seen it.
So, okay, I'll just cover this quickly.
Yeah.
This is the problem with like movies with like sequels. The Devil Wears Prada was a great standalone movie, I think, where it was making a commentary about an actual person, believe it or not. And it was a very difficult movie to make. In fact, you can look it up on that channel I just pointed out, the one that talks about the like secrets about the X-Files. It covers also about like stuff that you didn't know about other movies, and like you learn a lot about like the process of the production of it.
Okay.
But the thing is, because it was successful, they got, you know, they decided, okay, we'll do The Devil Wears Prada 2. And I was getting into it thinking, okay, now we're gonna, you know, what happens in a sequel? What should you get in a sequel? You get a new story. So you're getting a new story that you want to follow and get immersed into, engaged in. And okay, if you want to bring the same characters back, that's fine. You know, it can work, but you need to know how to do it. That's why Back to the Future 2 is great. That's why Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, you know. So Godfather
And it was
2.
different narrators, right?
No, this is the same narrator, the same character, Anne Hathaway's character, right?
No, I'm saying like in Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom was a lot different to Raiders of the Lost Ark.
It was exactly, yes. It like totally, yeah. It moves away completely from the whole sort of Christian holy relics, and it goes into this other, which I think is cool. It gives it a diverse way.
But there was that fight scene as well.
Yeah, that I remember that freaked me out as a kid. But this movie doesn't bring anything of value. It's like it's almost like we're going back into the same procedures all once again, where we see Anne Hathaway's. I can't remember the characters' names, but Anne Hathaway's character,
something like that.
Andy. Yeah, it's almost like she's going through the same procedures as the first movie. It's the same thing. It's just now everyone's now better off or something or whatever. You know, there's some other crisis, and it's just a bit like.
Are they relying too much on the first movie to make this?
It just feels like the same movie rehashed, and that's the problem. And to be honest, I could have done without it. Nothing really comes of it.
Good. I don't get it.
The what, sir?
Yeah, the first movie was good. I
like the first, but the sequel it doesn't offer anything new. No, it doesn't offer anything new. I think it's more of it's sort of like an excuse. They're even thinking of a third one now potentially, but it's a whole thing of just sort of like you get to see all the same characters again, and they come back together, and it's like haha. So the fans of the first can enjoy that. But let's be honest, you need a story, and this lacked the story. This lacked character development. It's the same old. It was just basically copy paste of the first, just how I don't know, 15 years later, or however long it was since the last movie. So, all right, moving on. So,
I want to say something.
Yeah, 5 out of 10.
I have like something really important to say, like regarding all of this and like movie making and all this stuff, is that we get so many sequels and so many prequels and so many sequels that people like movie studios are trying to play too safe, like to make it like kind of similar to the successful previous ones or sequels or whatever. Like take it Star Wars or the prequels or this like trilogy sequels, or even like movies, like animation movies like Moana or the real life story Moanas and Frozen, whatever.
Oh, that tanked apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
But those are more like remakes. That's the problem. That's also another problem.
Exactly. They're just making remakes or things that are too similar to the originals. So take Star Wars, for example, like I'm not talking about the prequels, but the sequels were like too close to trying for something like the originals, but the original like Star Wars. I'm talking A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi or Revenge of the Jedi, depending on who you are. I mean, the people claim The Empire Strikes Back was the greatest because it's like, Luke, I am your father, even though it's not really quoted like that.
Right.
It took a risk. The movie took a risk saying the bad guy is Luke Skywalker's dad. Spoiler, but hey, if you don't know it, so be it. The sequels and the prequels didn't take any risks. Like, they're not taking any risks at all. I mean, what is Rey like related to Palpatine or something? Like, who gives a shit? Like, we care more if, like, I just feel that movies need to take a risk when they're making sequels.
They won't, though, because that's part of the problem of the industry.
Exactly.
And why you're not getting unique storytelling.
They want to guarantee their money that people would get the ticket because it's based on nostalgia, but like without taking a risk, they forego any future money.
They won't either. It's not even only a risk. Well, yeah, I guess it's a risk, but it's like even just original storytelling. It's just that's part of the problem of a remake. A remake should only be made if you're actually taking something and really transforming it into something that is a remake that will justify the purpose of telling that story again in a different context. Example, Scarface was a 1940s gangster film in black and white.
Yes.
Was remade in the 80s with Al Pacino. It was justified. It fit. It worked. One of the most successful remakes. Another successful remake.
That was a phenomenal movie, by the way. Like the Al Pacino.
That's one example. That's one example of a great remake. Another one was, again, John Carpenter's The Thing, which was a remake of the 1940s the Thing that came from outer space. It was justified because it took that same thing, but it remade it in a remarkable fashion. What is the point of the latest Thing remake? It's literally the same as the 80s version, just take, now. And there's no difference.
What's funny is that there was an X-Files episode which was based on that, which is also acclaimed to be like one of the best X-Files episodes ever.
In that way, I see that more as like
kind of based on that.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a tribute, right? Like so. Yeah. But I digress. And going back to the sequel thing, I want to say also this is my problem with Mortal Kombat. I actually saw Mortal Kombat, the remake, and then the sequel. Oh my god, the sequel as well.
The second one, the new one.
I saw it as well, and it's just, you know what? The first one I hated already. I mean, the first remake, the remake. Yeah, and the second one I disliked so much more. I had to go back and watch the original 90s one, and guess what? It still stands the test of time. The first 90s Mortal Kombat movie is still the best. And the reason is because it does what the game was about. It sticks to the source material. It doesn't have all these stupid interpersonal relatability. Like, no.
To be honest, I didn't mind the Mortal Kombat 2, the latest one, but it kind of felt that it always needed to prove something. Like Johnny Cage always needed to prove something. The 90s one, the original Mortal Kombat movie, which back in the day I got on VHS from the States because it came out earlier over there than Europe. I'm not going to go too much in depth with that, but that was brilliant. And there's no doubt that was a classic. Annihilation after that was a failure, but the first one of the 90s was a classic, and I'm glad we agree on that. That nothing can beat that at the moment.
No, and even as bad as it was back then, and I just found out how much of a horrible film it is because all the actors involved hated making it, even to this day. I was going to say Super Mario Brothers. I still think is okay.
With the Goomba head, like the small.
I still enjoy it. I think it's good, but people hate, like everyone involved in it hated it for reasons, obviously, because it was a shambolic production. But I still enjoy it, even though.
Okay, let's briefly talk about Obsession because we've both seen it.
I'll just go quickly because otherwise we won't cover this. Finish. Obsession. I liked it. Not bad.
I thought the first half was okay, like the first third.
It's not amazing. I'll give you that. It's nothing remarkable.
Kind of,
but I like the concept. I like this, like, you know, without revealing too much. It's basically what the title says.
It started off really creepy though.
There's moments there where, like, I don't know about you, but if for anyone who's watching this, if you've ever been in a relationship and you know what I'm talking about, and you've had like this, you know, the obsessive type, yeah, guess what? This movie is perfect. This is very horrifying.
It kind of reminds me of that meme with the girlfriend.
Girlfriend, yeah. I don't know if we can find it now, but I'll try to search it. But concept-wise, I liked it. I thought it was I like the little, you know, nostalgic effect with the, what is it, the willow, I like that whole thing. They even have a website.
Yes. Yeah. That kind of reminded me of like old, like thriller horror movies. That there was always some sort of gadget or something involved.
Yeah. So the story quickly, guy basically in a group of friends, 2 girls, 2 guys. They're kind of like like after high school or something. I don't know.
He wishes the girl would be obsessed with him, right? It's kind of like Big.
She only loves him. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wishes she was obsessed with him or something like that.
It was this, basically. This is the thing in the movie. I'm not going to play the music, but yeah. It's this weird thing that plays a music and then you snap it and then you make a wish, right?
Yeah.
It's great that they made the website. I love when they do things like this, by the way. I do think that's pretty cool when they have these websites. And yeah. I actually, for a moment, was even thinking like, wait, did this thing exist? I was like looking it up. So that shows you how good they can be. So anyway, so yeah, and then he makes this girl fall in love with him by the wish, right? And then it all starts hunky-dory until it isn't. And it becomes, you know, quite horrific. And compared to like a lot of horror out there, and I'm very critical of it because I'm involved myself to a degree within the horror community, my background. I don't think it was that bad. I actually thought it was, again, I wouldn't say it's watchable, because I say things are watchable when it's just like, you can watch it. This was more than watchable. It was, you know, I was engaged. I was engaged until the very end. I wanted to see, okay, how is this going to play out? And, well, I'm not going to reveal, but interesting. So, you know, let's say quickly, 7 out of 10. There, I'll give it a 7. It's you know, it's reasonable. It's a reasonable, okay, you know, enjoy, like, yeah. I don't know.
I think it's difficult to make a scary movie or thriller or something like
scary, but you know,
no. Yeah,
but it is intense. It is kind of intense with some of the things, I would say. You know.
All right, let's move on. Let's quickly talk about Backrooms, because shall I start?
Go for it, because.
All right, where do I begin with this? Like, out of all movies, this is like one of the most difficult movies to like describe and everything. So I'm just gonna say that there's a guy with a furniture store, and he discovers that there's a wall that he can like walk through, and there's like something weird going on. And at the same time, or before that, he was like talking to his psychologist that he has a lot of stuff going on, and then he talks to her about this room, and she doesn't take him seriously, obviously. And then afterwards, he recruits these 2 people to like go through these rooms to record it with him. And then afterwards, the psychologist like finds him missing, and then goes to his furniture shop, and then she goes through. And then like halfway through this movie, this whole thing escalates. And the camera view is very interesting. Like, on the one hand, it kind of feels like the Blair Witch Project. Like,
the found footage, because it's using found
moving, especially at the beginning. And like the cam footage, which initially I was against, but then it kind of grew on me, and I liked it like halfway through the movie.
In the POV perspective of
the camera. POV, like through the camera thing. I loved the fact that the movie introduced something. The movie is by A24, if I remember correctly. Is that the name of the studio?
Yeah, it is.
I think, is that the same studio as the the Greek guy, like what's his name?
No,
No,
you're thinking of like you're thinking of Mandy and all that. I don't think A24 wasn't in. I think.
Okay, all right.
That Greek director, I really love that Greek director. Well, he's not Greek; he's American, but his dad was the
I'm
famous.
not a fan of that guy, but yeah. Anyway.
Okay, never mind. We're not getting.
Anyway,
it's because of the slow burn, right? The slow burn.
Slow burn.
All right, go on.
But, okay, so initially the movie, The Backrooms, is a little slow for the first half an hour. But then afterwards, as soon as you figure things out, you're like, what the fuck is going on? And it really gets interesting, like afterwards. And you're thinking, oh my God, like everything starts clicking. And then as there's more actors and weird things going on, you kind of like fill in the pieces of the puzzle and it starts making sense of what actually happens, because it's not just the guy in a furniture store discovering that there's a wall or a portal going into a back room that is also kind of like a furniture store, but he's wondering what's going on. Afterwards, it's like a sense of exploration where he brings other people on board and like to discover what is this thing. And then like towards the third of the movie, you kind of discover through a guy called Phil, who kind of like designed this thing, what it actually could be as a science experiment, which kind of like made me think of like AI and like Minecraft and like a weird sense of horror, whereby this psychologist who is actually, it's her job to analyze people who are crazy and need help, whereby she gets into a position where she needs, well, not psychological help, but she kind of needs to get out of this place. Anyway, it has a lot of unpredictable things going on. What do you think? What do you think? I kind of liked it.
No, tell me.
So weird and so absurd.
So no, what is your like assessment at the end? I get that you got into it a lot. So yeah, what's your assessment?
Okay, first of all, at the beginning, it kind of made me a bit sick because like without the color green, it kind of made me feel like I was playing Mirror's Edge, like the video game. And without that, I kind of feel a bit nauseous. But aside from all that stuff, I kind of felt the movie was interesting. And I would easily give it an 8 out of 10.
Well, okay, bro.
Just because of the unpredictability of it. Because like movies today are too predictable.
Okay, hold on a second. You're familiar with the background of the Backrooms? Just out of curiosity.
What do you mean the background?
So I'll take that as a no. No. I mean the actual Backrooms, the creepypasta. Are you familiar with that? No. Okay. So then you know what? You get a pass. You do get a pass on this one then. Okay.
Is it based on the creepypasta? Because I didn't know that.
So this is the thing. The Backrooms is based off this original creepypasta, which was like ages ago, like 2015 or something like that. Or
I
even
didn't know that.
And this is the original thing that's created. It was a photo taken somewhere. So it's like, you know, on the internet, creepypastas, what they are is like people combine different things to create something. And it's usually just, you know, spat out into the ether of the internet, right? And it's not necessarily like no one takes really authorship or something. It's just something creepy, like very short, or it could be an image, and it's to convey something creepy, right? And this was the original one, and it was this photo, where you see the wallpaper and stuff, and the carpeting, and it basically was just this. If you're not careful and you no clip out of reality, no clipping is a video game terminology, you know, where you can fall through, or sometimes it's a glitch and you can fall through the floors or whatever.
I've done that.
In the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell has heard you. That was the premise. This was before everything.
I did not know that. I thought they just made it for the movie.
No. And so what happened is like what's happened lately is because Hollywood is so bankrupt of ideas. You know, they've been like cashing in on Slender Man, which was an original creepypasta as well, and other things too that's out there. So if you're familiar with creepypastas, this is what I'm saying. And then Kane Pixels in the last 3 years ago, he started, you know, one of the few, he kind of re-injected a new interest in the backrooms because he started, and, you know, I high praised him because it's from 16 years old, I think, or even earlier. He was using Blender, which is a, you know, free software editing tool, animation tool. And he created some great, the first one, I don't want to put the audio, but like, and it was amazing because he basically took the concept of the backrooms and he kind of like
video game
life into it, you know, making these short type of videos, which were, you know, great. And he kind of created a series and it was all him making it. And they're all kind of like, you know, models and stuff like that. And that's how he got attention because it got viral and everyone started copying him. Other people started doing the same type of videos, bada bing, bada boom. And the problem with the backrooms is also it started blowing up because the internet, when the internet giveth, it can also taketh. And that's what happens. They tend to, I don't want to use the particular term, but I would say destroy things after a while when people, and I blame this on the fanfic community, unfortunately, because they did this to Slender Man, they did it to SCP, that's another creepypasta thing. They create this whole universe and they have to make all these things and they add so much to it that eventually what happens is that it ruins the whole thing. The mystique, the allure, the element of why it was creepy in the beginning. And so there was even this whole backrooms wiki where they created different floors and different levels and all these things and organizations and species and things. And I already checked out at that stage, right? But then, you know, I saw Kane Pixel stuff. I said, oh, that's pretty cool, blah, 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 blah. You know, the shorts. And he made, this is the first one that he made. And then after a while, because, you know, A24 comes along and they're like, this is a good idea. I think we're going to invest in this. And, you know, I think he's very... he's very creative and ingenuitive. But the thing is, already at this stage, and I'm going to show you, he had already played out because everyone else was doing their own version of backrooms videos. He'd already checked out of the backrooms. You see here, this one? And then, oh no, sorry, it ends around here. And then he started moving on to another concept, the oldest view. This is his own original thing, right? This one. So he'd already checked out of it. He'd already done everything he could do with the backrooms, with the little mini like series that he did, you know. Everyone else was copying, etc. And all of a sudden, of course, he got the opportunity from A24. They came around knocking it like, hey, what if you make it into a movie? So here's the thing. I hated this movie. This movie didn't have to be made. This movie was pointless. 100% pointless. 0 out of 10. And the reason I give it a 0 out of 10, I'll tell you why. No, I'm not even joking about this. Because I actually think, even if you don't know about the background of this movie, you shouldn't even like this movie. Because the problem with this movie is the following. This movie, when you make a movie like this, you're either going to introduce, it's kind of like what we were talking about a remake. You're either going to do something different and you're trying to bring something fresh to the table. This movie didn't do that. Not only did this movie not represent people who are familiar with the backrooms, because if you're familiar with it, then it shouldn't be a movie that you're watching and you're just like, oh yeah, I see the reference. No, it's a horror movie. It should be scary. If you're new to this type of thing, then you have to also present it to what it's about. You have to stick to the source material. Okay, I showed you what it was about, right? You like it for different reasons, Edge. So that's the thing, because you're not familiar. But the point is this: if it was an original film, then I would give it a pass, 100%, like what you're saying, because it's not based. But it's called The Backrooms. And The Backrooms comes from that creepypasta. It's nothing to do about that. It's throwing in a psychologist to make the excuse to give this whole other wacky, you know, storyline that has no relevance to the basis of a liminal space that's supposed to be horrific for the sole purpose of that. That is the horror element. Does that movie sufficiently provide that representation? No, it doesn't. It basically just uses the backrooms as a vehicle for some rehashed story, where what Kane Pixels is trying to do is he's trying to do too much. He's trying to repeat and re-reference his own videos and his own movies, which you saw at the intro at the beginning of the movie. He's trying to do that with the creepypasta, which he's failed. He's trying to also reference, I forgot now, there were other things that I mentioned before that he's trying to also He's basically trying to reference way too many things. And then there's the A24 stylistic, artistic style that they're trying to implement that takes away too much. And no, I hated it.
I just want to say something that after what you've said, but also while I was watching the movie, is that there is one scene like towards kind of like 2/3 or 4/5 through the movie. Is that the psychologist with the main guy, Chuck. And it does feel kind of forced that she's the psychologist. I also want to say that now that you've said that it was a creepypasta, that I'm not too fond of the whole concept that it was kind of ripped off a creepypasta. Because when I was watching the movie, I thought it was original. And because now I realize it's not original, I don't like it that much.
Well, the thing is, he could have made it original. Because here's the thing. Don't try to do the same thing as what you've already done. You know what would have been great for the Backrooms movie, the feature film? Not taking place at all in that yellow thing. Doing something completely fresh and interesting, and people would be like, whoa, oh, wow, he took it to another level. But he didn't. And that's the problem, is that, you know, the Backrooms was trying too much.
Same level.
This is my point. It's like, if you follow the Backrooms, it's not, first of all, it's not even delivering anything fresh in terms of what the Backrooms is about. So that's one problem already there. And then the second problem is that it's trying to do too much. Like I said, it's trying to reference the universe, which it does have references to it, because he's even saying, oh, there's even a floor with pools in it. It's trying to reference the original creepypasta. It's trying to go back to Kane Pixel's, his original video series. It's trying to do all these things. And then on top of that, it's trying to also do something, Hollywood related, because it's Hollywood and A24. There's got to be a relatability. It's got to have that story, right? The psychology. If you remove the psychologist, there's no value for the psychologist, let alone there's no value for the main character. And you know what? Here's the thing. I don't remember any of the names of the characters. Even when I was watching the movie, I struggled to remember any of the names of the characters. That's how meaningless the characters were. I agree with you on that. The characters were so meaningless. There was nothing.
There were only like 3 or 4 characters maximum, to be honest.
No, but I mean, but when you're invested, I remember Rocky from Project Hail Mary. I remember Grace, I can remember these names, but like I remember when I'm watching it. By the way, I'm saying when you're watching the movie, you can recall.
I just remember Phil, like the scientist at the end.
Okay, who were we talking about? Oh yeah, you mean in the Backrooms? Yeah,
in the Backrooms. Okay, so the Backrooms also has like one element that we haven't actually like proper talked about. And that's the whole like engineering of the Backrooms that is related to AI. It's kind of like somebody making like something out of Minecraft.
That comes from Kane's original videos. That was his own
concept
idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is fine, but there's nothing new from it. If you've watched, that's the frustrating thing. And the storytelling is hogwash. Like, I couldn't connect with, like, come on. Are we for real? This is about a poor guy. He gets kicked out of his house. He's living in the furniture store. Then he's got these 2 teenagers hired. Like, and by the way, they get dispatched like this. Like, you don't care about any character. It's just bananas. I don't understand. And then the psychologist somehow has some, I was like predicting things constantly. Like, I'm not joking. I was like thinking like, oh,
But what about the design of the room, like with a scientist or something, like everything
that
going?
Was literally, I'm not even joking. That
kind of remind me of the Ring or something like that.
No, and I granted, but like I said, that's literally like what Kane already did with his videos. If you watch his short videos, check it out. He already did. So, well, what are you giving new? What's new here? Like, that's my point.
I think that's the problem. That's the problem.
And it's just like, don't take something,
anything new to the table.
Don't take something and then try to be original with it when you're not. And then at the same time, completely derivative, because there's nothing of the Backrooms. I didn't get anything of the back. I just get about a lonely guy who's mental, and then Like, that's all it is. It's got this, and I hate that too. This whole metaphor for the human story. No, bitch, please. It's a horror movie. The concept, and this is what I keep saying.
I found the pirate captain guy at the end was a bit forced. Based on
you know what? Wait, you know what that's linking towards? I think that's linking to this. Wait, hold on. Where is it? It's linking to that. He didn't finish that series, but it's linking to this weird. Doesn't it remind you of this? This is the oldest view. It's linking to this weird thing. Almost the giant thing. You see? Doesn't that remind you a bit of it? This is what I'm saying. He's just rehashing these things, and it's just like.
I mean, these sort of things remind me of the glitches in the movie, like with the.
No, I'm talking about the big,
like imperfect AI.
The giant deformed pirate.
Yes, absolutely.
And here's another thing I have to say too. I'm sorry, I have to bring this up.
I'm not saying anything is original. I didn't know anything about these. Like,
there's another problem about this movie. They hyped the other problem is online. Like I said, the internet killed this concept of the movie because even before the movie was released, everyone started going to the original location and making videos about where the location was and talking to the owner. And this and that. The whole mystique, everyone's killed it, right? With all their essay videos about the backrooms this and the backrooms that and Kane picks and blah, blah, blah. And then on top of that, the other big mistake is that because this is A24's fault, and I'm talking to you, A24, because I know you, by the way. Don't get me twisted. I know about you. Yeah. Like, I'm not a big fan of you and A24, and I'll tell you why, because you've bastardized horror. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Their stupid marketing campaign was to invite all these content creators and everyone to the studio, to the set of the backrooms, right? Before it was released, showing them everything, showing them. It got to the point where you already saw everything. Did you see anything different? No, I didn't see anything special. I saw everything there. There's nothing unique. There's nothing original. And at the end of the day, you just took away all the mystique, all the allure, all the suspense, and that's why 0 out of 10. That's it. Sorry, 0 out of 10. That movie didn't need to be made. And I'm not gonna go down like bad and heavy on top of Kane Pixel. Sorry, his name isn't Kane Pixels. It's what the hell's his name?
Are you talking about the actor?
Huh?
Or are you talking about the director or the actor?
Kane Parsons. I don't want to be. I'm not hating on Kane Parsons. I think he is actually very creative. I just feel the guy was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He had this opportunity, and what is he going to do? I don't blame him. I blame A24. But this movie didn't need to be made. You know what they should have done? They should have actually asked Kane Parsons, "Hey, what do you want to make as a feature film?" And then he could have done something unique and interesting and creative. But this didn't need to be made. And you know what? I dread it, but I know that it's going to come. Backrooms too. And I'm just saying, forget about it. 0 out of 10, 100%. This was the worst film I have had to drag my eyes through. So there you go.
All right. Let's quickly go to the React section now.
Let's finish up with a few. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. You triggered me with because that one really.
I was gonna go through these.
That movie really oh man. Anyway,
there's been so much about this. I don't know if there's much to say. Let's just have a look at it.
You know more about this than I do.
People said Lupita wasn't the right Helen, so Universal went back and found someone you don't talk back to.
Do I look like a motherfucking Greek to you?
Helen, come away with me to Troy. Aphrodite herself has promised you to me.
Say
Aphrodite, please.
Promised again.
AI.
Yeah.
I double dare you, motherfucker. Say promise one more goddamn time.
That's from like Pulp Fiction, right?
To be honest, I would have watched it.
Have a boat.
I would watch this.
Why don't they release like one of these things?
If he was in it, I would watch it. I'm not joking. I love Samuel Jackson. He's great.
Maybe they should have cast him as Helen of Troy.
Yeah, I tell you, they would have done better. They would have done better.
How many views they would have had? How many everybody would have bought it?
Yep, I'm telling you.
Well, why the fuck didn't you lead with that? It's hot as hell in Sparta!
In Troy, do you know what they call you? The most beautiful woman in the world.
You got about 3 seconds to get your hand off my shoulder before I introduce it to the bottom of the Aegean Sea.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
2! The Trojans took my wife! Gather every king in Greece! Launch every ship!
I came to see what 1,000 ships die for.
Oh, you came to look.
I don't
Wait,
know.
hold on.
All
Quick
right.
question. Brad Pitt's in this?
No, he's not. I think he was in the original Troy movie,
Oh, yeah.
like the one before.
You know, I have to say something quick. I'm not a fan of these new epic movies trying to, the Hollywood's, attempt to reintroduce like epic, historical epic type fantasy, whatever movies. Like I didn't like Troy. I don't like this. I didn't even like Cleopatra. They're just, first of all, everyone has got an American accent. The one series, and I think you'll agree with me on this, that I quite liked was Rome. Remember Rome? They did it well because at least they got British actors or like people to sound a bit archaic and old. But like an American going, hey, they're sending in the wooden horse. Like, get out of here, man.
And it doesn't make sense. They even have like Charlize Theron in this or something like that.
Dude,
Like,
and the other thing is the way they look too, the haircuts and everything. It's not...
It doesn't make sense. Like, be rugged, be like how they were back in the day. Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't get like, and everyone's freaking out about what's her name acting as Helen. Is it Helen of Troy that she plays?
Yeah.
Everyone's freaking out over that. I'm freaking out over the fact that they look
Everyone
like
else.
They've been to modern barbers. Like they're all like
Everyone's
American
talking, like with American accents. Exactly. It just
I
doesn't
hate it.
make
I
sense.
hate it.
doesn't
I
make
hate it so
sense.
much.
It doesn't make sense.
You know what people will say? They'll say, yeah, but what about like the old Hollywood movies from the 1950s and 40s, like Cleopatra? Well, by the way, those movies, when they talked, they didn't sound so American as they do today. They sounded more, there was a more formal way of how they talked. And it was different because that was a different era at that
And
time.
it was a different type of acting, right? Like you had like proper
Shakespearean.
acting,
It was this very Shakespearean style, the way they.
Yeah.
So I see these movies. I'm just like, no, thanks, bro.
Trash.
I'm not interested. Sorry, it just looks silly. Like
Next.
Yeah.
Let's just move on. Seriously. Let's have a
Enjoy
look. I mean, we know who this is. The
The
Orange
great
Man.
North American alpha male.
North American alpha male asserts his power with extravagant displays of dominance.
Kind of reminds me of Matthew McConaughey in
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Against weaker rivals, he carries the day.
Is this David Attenborough like narrating?
Yeah.
But when challenged by other alphas, his vocalizations quickly change.
Vladimir, stop the war in Ukraine. No. Okay. China, stop stealing our stuff. No. Okay. Brazil, stop it, Donald. I love you. Open the strait. No. Okay.
Further north, a cunning old scavenger prowls, driven by a compulsive need to test the boundaries of neighboring territory.
Won't stop. Can't stop that.
Careful now, Siberian tiger. Your luck might one day run out. Others take a different approach, biding his time, allowing rivals to exhaust or isolate themselves. This aspiring alpha waits for the entire ecosystem to shift in his favor. In this wilderness, stillness itself is dominance.
Is this Elon Musk?
No, that's Xi Jinping.
Oh. Like, what?
Others
Although I can
less
see why you would
territorial.
confuse. He has the weird, the build of the puppet looks a bit like Elon Musk.
Yeah. It makes sense that he's smoking. Yeah. You're right.
Attempt the exhausting task of maintaining cordial ties with all predators simultaneously.
I am single and ready to mingle.
Oh, it's so ridiculous. This is obviously mode. Yeah.
Nearby, a small group of European mammals attempts to appear.
Mertz on the right and Macron on the left, right? With sunglasses. Because he had a problem with his eyes.
unified. Okay, we must form our own new herd.
Yeah, and as natural leader of this herd, I think that we should...
Wait, why do you get to lead the new herd?
As the largest of the animals...
Ragazzi! Georgia, please. Look, nobody likes you.
Look who's talking. You are French.
Ragazzi! But they remain divided, unserious, and highly sensitive to sudden movements by larger predators. And so the fascinating rituals of power and influence continue, each species certain that it alone has mastered an environment that belongs to no one.
This is a really good. It's called Real Puppet Regime. I follow them, but they're great. I love it.
That was hilarious, to be honest.
I love this type of stuff. Like, this is the thing which I have to highlight, which that's where I'm going to give credit to Kane Pixels again, Kane Parsons, and also to something I recently saw too, which, by the way, will blow your mind. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's the talent that exists, pre-AI, when people actually made things like puppets and stuff, or like they created stuff, or they there's like what Kane Pixels did with Blender, the whole and there's this series of movies called Hell's Club by this guy, 1 hour long. I recently watched his latest one. What he does, rotoscopes scenes from every popular film, the characters, the famous people, and he puts them into a new scene with music. It's a mashup. It's wild, the amount of work that requires. And that's what I'm saying. It's like we forgot a time.
I'll be right back. 1 sec. I just need to reload.
Oh, it's just crazy. And I need to give a shout out to this guy because he's self-funding and he recently came out with this. But I just welcome back.
Thanks.
I recently saw this and I'm going to send it to Edge so he can enjoy it himself. Why is this in Chinese? But look at this. It's 1 hour. And what he does, I'm not playing the sound, but like, this isn't AI. He's taken all the famous legendary characters that we grew up with and put them in the context. He's created his own story. Look, like, it's
pretty cool.
It's amazing. This is not AI. This is my point. And he started this, and I know it's not AI because even before AI, it's rotoscoping. It's like cutting out the characters from the scenes. And if you should see Hell's Club 1 because this is the third one, the 1 hour long version. But there's Hell's Club 1 and then 2. You should check them out. I'm going to send you so you can check. It's amazing. And I remember things several years ago, Hell's Club 1 and stuff. But this is what I'm saying. We forgot about this. We have forgotten, even in music, like how people used to make music and the memes. And do you know what I'm talking about? How people used to put these things together. And we've just forgotten about this. There's actual talent out there.
This is pre-AI.
Yeah, dude. This is like, and his name is Antonio da Silva, AMDS Films. Give him a like. He deserves it. This guy, he's not monetized. He can't because he's playing all this music. But the first one that he did was, this is a new upload. Hold on, I go back. He does a lot of these mashup. Hell's Club official. This is 9 years ago. This was the one that I saw, which was 9 minutes long. This is it's just great. Like, and it's got the music. It's not like
the characters.
Yeah, like, and this is time consuming. This is done before AI. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it must have taken him
Look
forever.
at that. It's not only that, it's very ingenious and very creative. I love that. Like putting all these like famous characters from all the movies. Yeah. Like you have to check it out. I'm not even joking. Like, so anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because at the end of the day, we were watching that puppet thing, and that was puppets, right? I'll send you the link to this one, and
Thanks.
But and then check out the second one too. You have to scroll up. Wait, is this you? Yeah. I just wanted to bring it up because we just saw that, and it's like there's still people making actual content, and I think it's worth like
it's brilliant
highlighting that, because it just right now with all the AI stuff, and I see some AI stuff too. I'm sure you do, and it's funny.
It's kind of hard to believe that people are creating stuff outside AI these days. Because AI has come to a point which has gone to a ridiculous extent, like regarding videos, regarding content. People have forgotten how to make stuff themselves.
Well, because it's just all about the easiest ability to like get the views, right?
Yeah,
the
convenience, right?
Yeah. And
I have another video with like puppet sort of things. Let's have a look.
Wonderful news for Europeans.
Fantastic.
So
Lower
taxes? No.
Cheaper energy?
Also no.
That's von der Leyen, right?
Yeah.
More freedom?
Define freedom.
So, what's the good news?
We'll be able to read private messages.
How exactly is that good?
It's chat control.
It's playing back weird for some reason for me. I don't know why.
It'll make Europe safer.
For who?
We'll discuss that later.
Wonderful plan.
Make Earth great again.
That was very laggy for me. Not the sound, but the visual for some reason. Make Earth great again. But that I think that one is AI. That one's not real puppets. I don't think. I think that's AI.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Let's hope it works a bit better.
I'll tell you immediately if it's lagging the visual. Let's see, try it. That's good. Altman.
So these are the AI guys. There's Zuckerberg, Mark
Elon
Mark
Musk.
Zuckerberg, and Sam Altman, right? And Elon Musk.
That's Brian Johnson. That's the guy who's trying to live forever. He's not AI, but
yeah. In fact, he had some like issues with that.
When the world is ending, we're not taking
the Bunker Boys.
They're like Backstreet Boys.
What?
They're like Backstreet Boys or NSYNC.
Yeah, basically. I mean, this is obviously like it would be greater if it was actually made with claymation, but it's AI. But either way, it's funny.
Bought Twitter for a meme, tanked it for a joke. Richest man alive and somehow always broke. 14 kids, 7 months, I call it legacy. Got red pilled by my own app. What
He does have a lot of kids.
a tragedy.
Some people have loads of kids, but he's having a lot of kids, and I'm really doubting whether he's spending quality time with each of those kids. And like, how are those kids all going to end up? And then he complains that one of them, like he's saying, like I lost a child because of the transgender thing. Like I don't know, dude.
Very outspoken trans at that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For breakfast, K-hole by lunch, put a chip in my skull, so now my thoughts are crunch. Built a rocket ship cause Earth and I can't agree. Won't be lonely on Mars, she's coming with me. We're the Bunker Boys. We're the future, we're the vibe. A billion folks below us, well they might not survive. We're the Bunker Boys. We got more than we can spend, we don't.
Right, it's a pretty cool video.
Yeah, you get the idea. It's supposed to be funny. I thought it was funny, but it's a bit long, and yeah. What else?
Cut it in case they censor us for any weird reason.
That's all AI, so I don't think they would like.
There was also this other video. What was this about?
This is
Alex Jones.
Just play the beginning because usually you get all the information at the beginning. So
it looks like the elites are scurrying away, going into their underground nuclear bunkers. Why? Great question. As of course, now we have 2 major podcasters coming out and talking about the huge, major moves made by some of the most powerful, affluent people in our society that are trying to get out of Dodge. Out of Dodge for what? As Alex Jones has some interesting commentary to add.
And do you know what this is?
This is yeah, because we just saw the thing about the Bunker Boys because everyone's buying bunkers, like all these billionaires. And so this is Luke Rudowski from We Are Change. I recall him from London.
Oh my God, he's changed so much. He's grown.
It's
been a while since I've seen him. It's been like 2008 or something like that.
Yeah, you recall he was there during the Truth Movement period of like UK.
Last time I saw him was like 18 years ago, like online. He was like with Alex Jones in New York. He got arrested or something like that.
He was Occupy,
New York, right?
Yeah. But anyway, so what he's basically saying is like he's just reporting because Alex Jones is coming out and whatever. Alex Jones is is currently just, at the tip of the spear. It's at the tip of the spear, folks. It's at the tip. They're building bunkers. The demons, the goblins. Anyway, I like Alex Jones. I have no hatred for him. I was just having a bit of a laugh. But again, this is the fear narrative that seems to be pushed about this idea that some impending doom is coming. They're all purchasing bunkers. And so what are we to do? You know what I mean?
Madness.
He's a consistent guest on the Tim Pool podcast, which, well,
okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, like how these people sort of evolved or not evolved, depending on how you see it. Let's have a look at this video.
I'm from the government. In today's episode of Where is Humanity Going to Shit Now, we look at everything everywhere all at once, like here at the Indian government, where our bear hugger-in-chief has banned comedians from making fun of him, including the Honest Government ads. Hi Modes, we know you're watching. And here at the Queensland government, where we words about freedom, cool and Orwell. Here in Indonesia, our war criminal president had thousands beaten and arrested for protesting government shitfuckery. So of course, we now get to chair the UN Human Rights Council. And here in Saudi Arabia, we had a journalist butchered with a bone saw. So we get to host a world.
Okay. It's an honest government ad.
That's a lot of stuff.
But maybe not wrong about what they're pointing out. What is the channel? Shout them out. Give them a
channel. Let's have a look.
They did one on Palantir.
Media.
The Juice Media. They did one on Palantir, which was really good. I don't remember.
Wow. They really talk a lot about countries and stuff.
Oh, there. The Palantir one. That one. Click that one. That's the one. That's great.
Hello, I'm from the government with an update on humanity's gentle slide back into feudalism. Brought to you by Brando. It's got electrolytes. And now, please rise for our first trillionaire. Hail! Of course, when you wake up to the obscene inequality we've enabled, you'll want to fight back. That's why billionaires are building the tools to protect themselves. From you, tools like Palantir. Hi, I'm from Palantir, the military contractor and AI software company named after the all-powerful seeing stones Tolkien warned us not to leave in the hands.
I like that they have Saruman up there.
It's because that's where the name comes from.
What do you mean?
The name isn't an original name. It comes from literature, from dude. That's I'm not.
What?
Hold on. Wait.
What?
Does
it come from Saruman?
That's what the name Palantir comes directly from Lord of the Rings. It's a seeing stone, a magical crystal sphere that allows its user to see distant places under certain circumstances. No. You can't make this shit up. We are living in a Hollywood nightmare.
I did not know this. How did I not know this?
Do you know how people
about? Let me look it up.
Do you know how people have always been saying that, the all-seeing eye is in CBS and it's in this and it's in that? You know how they say? These guys said, you know what? Let's just give it to them. We're calling ourselves Palantir and we have the all-seeing eye. This is the joke. The joke is, yeah, you didn't know that? We talked about. I think you forgot. That's why. Yeah.
Man, to be honest, I didn't know this at all. That it came from.
We talked about it one time.
Defense companies using Tolkien titles. So we have Palantir and Anduril serving the U.S. military.
But look up what Palantir means. It's literally the all-seeing eye. And again, that's a reference to Anduril is the sword wielded by Aragorn. It means flame of the West.
So stupid.
Yeah, but look at the logo of Palantir.
Yeah, okay. I didn't get this.
It's the all-seeing
eye. Is it?
It's not. It's not that anymore. It's this.
It's not this. Come on, it's not the same.
Oh no, it's like they're not
Can
making
that be
a
from
reference.
like Sauron? Is that the reference?
I mean, I guess it's basically it's a reference to Tolkien's the Seeing Stone. Yeah, it is basically. It's the Seeing Stone. The orb references the Seeing Stone, the magical Palantir Seeing Stones, and the analyst is designed to depict a human head or figure hunched over a book, symbolizing human intelligence and analytical discovery.
Oh, the book is the triangle. and the book is circle.
The all-seeing eye. It's looking at you.
Imagine you're gonna have sentinels, like in the Matrix that come in.
Matrix. Exactly. Those squid
Oh
things.
my god, what does that look like again? I forgot. Anyway, whatever. Who's this? Oh lord.
We have Elon Musk like talking next. Give me a sec. I just
What?
so it's fitting. Let's see.
He's announced.
Isn't that neat, Mr. Sprinkles? You can say that again.
A trillionaire.
He was recently announced as one.
FBI, open up.
Bernie.
Do you need something?
I hear you have $1 trillion.
Yes, I am a trillionaire, but I don't actually have $1 trillion.
I want it!
There's no money.
Give it to me!
He's not wrong.
Hand over the trillion, paleface! Come back with my money!
Is that?
Where are you going with our $1 trillion, comrade?
Is he New York's mayor? Or...
Possibly. I guess he is. Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
I keep telling you, there is no money. He's hiding it.
I bet he swallowed it! Let's cut him open and take it!
I don't have $1 trillion. All that wealth is in my rocket company.
That's true. It's all tied in assets. He doesn't actually have the cash.
But here's the thing. This is all jokes aside, right?
Yeah.
It's understandable if you have people on the street level or the average citizen who thinks that he does have the cash because they don't know better, right? But the people who are in like office and positions of power and all this, they're not trillionaires. They pretend that he does, but they use this on purpose. Do you understand? Because they know he doesn't have $1 trillion in
obviously.
Like, and that's the problem. And that's the thing. And this isn't. And we're not defending Elon Musk in any shape or form. He is valued. His overall net value is $1 trillion or more than that, right? That's why the trillionaire. Oh wait, you didn't finish it. You have to.
Ah, shit. Let me go back.
No.
Just give me a sec.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
My bad.
Let me find it. Just a sec.
Meanwhile, I just wanted to show you that the future of Palantir. That's the future of Palantir. The Sentinels, anyway. So, yeah, we should come towards a wrapping up soon. What are you looking for?
Yeah, I'm just looking for that same video. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, and basically the context of this video is because recently Bernie Sanders is back on it again. This is happening on Twitter, by the way. Sorry, X. He's now going after him and talking about the trillionaires, Bernie Sanders, he rolls out every year, or close to every campaign, re-election year to like bring this up. Not the fact that he's been a bit of a turncoat. Remember how many times he basically told people to vote for Hillary and vote for Kamala and vote for, remember that? Yeah, not like he's really for the grassroots campaign. Yeah.
He's always changing, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't fast forward it on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's super annoying.
But I don't actually have $1 trillion.
I want it!
There's no money.
Give it to me!
Hand over the trillion, paleface! Come back with my money!
Where are you going with our $1 trillion, comrade? I keep telling you, there is no money. He's hiding it.
I bet he swallowed it. Let's cut him open and take it.
I don't have $1 trillion. All that wealth is in my rocket company.
What else?
Move on from this. And
anyway, the point is, at the end of the video, what happens is that he gets rid of all those. Someone helps him to kill off or get rid of them, and then he goes to his like Scrooge McDuck vault, and he's like, ho 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 ho, with Mr. Sprinkles. Oh, it's Mr. Sprinkles, his cat, that helps eliminate them all. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna wrap it up because we're coming down. We've been on for a while, so good long while.
That's for sure.
And you're probably tired.
Let's have a look. Over here we have like one final article. Pilot writes, "I'm bored in the sky during flight." So we have this guy who like flew all of this and somehow wrote, "I'm bored."
But this was a commercial airline, or what?
It says a light aircraft pilot. Raven airplane. From Liverpool before flying around the Wirral Peninsula, Cheshire, and North Wales. To be honest, I don't know how he managed this. Maybe he was like,
well, I mean,
looking at the compass all the time or looking at his direction.
Yeah, that probably would be the way. It's also not
these letters was pretty good.
That's true. Yeah, but we also don't know the elevation. It's just showing kind of the trajectory, so you don't know if he went up higher or lower at certain. So you know what I mean? So I would imagine it's very difficult though to do that. But yeah, that's hilarious. If he's bored, what does that say? I mean, I don't know. That's pretty. I don't know.
He must have had a lot of flight hours. That's for sure.
Oh dear.
All right. So on that note.
I just wanted to close with some closing thoughts here, and you can add on if you want to. But like, basically, it's just that like every week we're flooded with headlines, telling us what to fear. War, politics, artificial intelligence, AI, the economic uncertainty, the next crisis, the next outrage, the next thing we're supposed to be angry about, because that's also always the current trend on social media. But if there's one thing we hope that you all take away from ENDtv, it's this: that we don't let the noise do your thinking for you. Stay curious, question narratives, including the ones you agree with, and listen to people who challenge your perspectives. It's important. Just as you saw myself and Edge discussing about movies, we didn't end up like hating each other or becoming enemies. You can also try to understand the perspective from both sides. So change your mind when the evidence changes. And remember that behind every headline, the real people trying to make sense of an increasingly complicated world. We don't claim to have every answer, but we simply believe better conversations lead to better questions, and better questions lead to a better understanding of the world. So if any of today's discussions made you think, even if you disagreed with us, then I guess we've done our job, and hopefully we continue to do so. And please add your comments below. We do appreciate it. I mean, if it's just going to be negative, then we probably will disregard it. Like, just, if you're just going to insult us. But thank you for spending time with us, and look after yourselves. Look after the people around you. And until next time, stay curious. And I'll let Edge close us out with whatever he wants to say.
Yeah, I just want to say, I just want to give a big thanks to everyone who's watching. Hope you made it through this CHILLstream. I hope you found a lot of stuff interesting. And so, yeah, stay tuned to ENDtv. We have a lot of shorts, live videos. And so, yeah, I'm also streaming on Wednesday at 5 p.m. CET. Central European time. And so yeah, that's it for this CHILLstream. Hope you enjoyed. That's it. So be sure to subscribe, like, comment.
It does help.
It goes a long way. And yeah, you've been watching